Before we start the meeting, please have your phones on silent or off, one of the two. Welcome to the Board of Zoning Adjustment for the date of June 13th, 2023. And before we officially start the meeting, I want to thank all our city staff who prepare cases for us to hear each week, your cases, or each month, excuse me. And they work tirelessly to get us the information, the Board of Zoning Adjustment, all the information we need in order to evaluate your case. So again, thank you so much to all city staff. Anna, please confirm that city staff and the court reporter are ready to begin and explain the rules and procedures for today's meeting.
Thank you. Yep, the city staff and the court reporter are present. Now I'm going to describe this hybrid meeting. For those online, there are two main categories of people participating. We have attendees and panelists. So right now, the panelists are any commission members who are virtual and city staff. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in a case, you're going to use the raise hand function when the chair calls for your case to let us know that you wish to be promoted to a panelist. There is a ribbon on the bottom of your screen in the Zoom app with a little hand icon, and you're going to click on this to raise your hand. When that promotion happens, you will need to accept that promotion, and it'll appear like temporarily that you've been disconnected from the meeting, but please don't panic. This is just Zoom moving you from that attendee's position to a panelist position. If you are joining us via the phone or the app or a computer, we ask you that if you have that capability to please change your screen name to your legal name. This does help us with the promotion process. Sometimes phone numbers can't be changed as your screen name. We understand that. But if you do wish to provide public testimony and you're just on the phone, you can raise your hand by hitting star followed by the number 9. At the time of promotion, we ask you to turn on your camera and your microphones so the commission can hear and see you, and then wait for your turn for your time to speak. Your microphone only needs to be turned on unless if you are actively giving public testimony. For those in person, please approach the microphone stand in the middle of the city council rooms when it is time for you to give testimony. If you are in person, please don't also be on the Zoom call. Sometimes this can create some negative feedback with all of our microphones, and we want to ensure that everyone can be heard and we have no audio disruptions. So the following applies to all public testimony that's going to be given in person and virtual. The BZA secretary or their designated representative will identify you when it's time for you to speak. You're going to be sworn in under oath to provide public testimony, and you'll be given 2 minutes of testimony if you represent a single interest like yourself, or 5 minutes if you are the leader of a registered organization like a neighborhood association, homeowners association, nonprofit, etc. You are going to hear an alarm when your allotted time is over, so please be respectful and wrap up your testimony once you hear that alarm, and there will be no repetitive or irrelevant testimony accepted. If you wish to admit any exhibits, please have those ready on hand. For example, a presentation, photos, maps, etc. You can have a jump drive so we can share it on the screen. And you're going to want to email those exhibits, if admitted, to the assigned planner on the case so they can be entered into the case record. The chat box online is only for questions about the agenda. Merits of the case cannot be discussed in the chat box. And the BZA will take some intermittent breaks, for example, around 10:30, 12:30, and 3 p.m. if the meeting lasts past 2. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Before we start to review the cases, I'd like to swear in all city staff members who are presenting or testifying today. Please, if you're online, please turn on your cameras and microphone. Please raise your right hand as I administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
So all of the city staff are present. Stephanie,
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Jared Clements,
Jared Clements, I do.
Anna Naniski, I do. And then Connor Tomlin, he's been in the back booth. He's giving a presentation.
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Anna, will you please identify any continuances or dismissals for today, please?
Docket item number 1 is a housekeeping item to amend the BZA's rules and procedures. This is going to be continued to July 11th. We had some exporting issues with the PDF, so we don't believe that document that was distributed is completely accurate. So we respectfully ask to hold that case till next month. We have docket item number 4. This is CD SUP 2023-00006 for 5704 Oak Street. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow for a short-term rental in the zoning district R6, which is residentially zoned on about 0.15 acres, generally located at 5704 Oak Street. And this case needs to be dismissed because the rules and regulations regarding to short-term rentals is no longer in Chapter 88. We have docket item number 7, case CD BZA 2023-00038 for 7420 Washington Street. This is a request to approve a variance to an accessory structure height in a R6 zoning district, which is residential, on about 0.16 acres of land generally located at 7420 Washington Street. And this needs to be continued due to a failure to post the property sign required for cases. And then we also have docket item number 16, which is CD BZA 2023-00049 for 5500 Bennington Avenue, a request to appeal city staff's determination related to several zoning violations issued on the subject site, about 13 acres, generally located at 5500 Bennington Avenue. And the property owners wish to have a continuance in order to spend more time on their entitlement process, which could abate the zoning violations. And that concludes the dismissals and continuance requests.
Perfect. Is there any public testimony on these continuances and or dismissals city staff just identified? Remember, we're not taking testimony. We're just asking about the merits of the case. So any public testimony? See anybody online?
No one appears online and no one has approached the microphone.
Perfect. Oops, sorry. Any board discussion on that?
One person has raised their hand now. I apologize.
Okay. Who do we have?
And Arthur? They are connected.
Will you tell us what your concerns are today on these continuous or dismissals? Plus, I have to swear you in. Are you?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. My name is Nimrod Shabazz. This is concerning the 5500 Bennington. Am I to be understood that that's going to be continued?
Yes, sir. Till August 8th, 2023.
Okay, I was trying to give public testimony for the owners. So do I wait?
Yes.
Okay, all right, no problem.
We'll see you on August 8th, sir. Thanks.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank
again.
you. All right.
We also have a Craig Carter.
Craig? Don't see you yet.
They are connected.
Hello, Craig. Are you interested in some of these dismissals or continuances, sir? Your microphone looks like it's muted. Go.
Thank you. Yes, this is Craig Carter, and I just wanted to see if staff could
Lost you.
That's my fault. I was trying to move the previous gentleman back into the attendees list and Zoom jumped around. And I accidentally demoted Craig. He's back. I'm so sorry.
Craig, we're back. Say that again, sir. We lost you.
Sure, I'm back. I wanted to see if staff could just repeat the rationale for the dismissal of the 5704 Oak Street case. I did not catch that. Thank you.
Early May, the city council passed an ordinance that removed the regulations around short-term rentals out of chapter 88, which is this board's jurisdiction, over to chapter 56, which is with the neighborhoods department. So the Board of Zoning Adjustment no longer has the authority to grant a special use permit for a short-term rental.
Thank you for restating that.
Perfect. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
Any other hands raised?
No one else has raised their hand on Zoom and no one has approached the microphone in the city council chambers.
Perfect. Board members, can I have a motion on these continuances and or dismissals? Motion by Mr. Gorens. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. From Ms. Mixdorf. Please call the roll, Anna.
Lawrence. Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Crosby. Aye. Ebbets.
Aye on that. Thank you. Those are acted upon. All right, so calling the first case, which is docket number 2, case number 0007 with an address of 426 Gladstone Avenue. Will the applicant please come forward and or raise your hand?
Here?
Yeah, no, you sit down at the table.
Sit down.
Come on up.
I have folders for everyone.
Okay.
With the pictures and police reports and these kinds of.
All right, we'll have to get those admitted when it's time.
Okay,
Anyone online on this hearing, on this case?
Currently, no one online is raising their hand.
Yeah, thank you, Jared. All right. We've got 2 people. And swear you both in here in just a second when you get situated. Good morning.
morning.
Could you raise your right hands to be sworn in, both of you? Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
I do.
Great. Could you identify yourselves for the record?
I'm Ross Rice. I'm owner of 426 Gladstone Boulevard.
Thank you.
And I'm Angela Brown. I'm the property manager at 426 Gladstone.
Great, thank you. There is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 as part of your staff report. We need those in order to hear your case. Things like the rules of our committee, presentation that's going to be given. Do you have your approval for us to admit those for your case?
Yes,
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Anna on your case. Anna, please tell us about this case today.
Okay. We've got CD SUP 2023-0007. The property in question is 426 Gladstone Boulevard. The site is zoned R7.5 and the applicant is seeking a special use permit to bring an existing use into compliance. So the property in question is in the northeast portion of Kansas City, Missouri. Got a closer look at the site on the screen. It's a through lot between Belafonte and Gladstone Boulevard. Some case history about the projects. At first, this was going through an SUP for a short-term rental route, but that was not an approvable form of entitlement. So that case has expired. Also, this was previously approved with a special use permit for this bed and breakfast. However, that case number has also expired. It was approved subject to conditions. Since the SUP has expired, the property owner is here to, get a new special use permit. So bed and breakfasts in the R7.5 zoning district are prohibited. However, there is an entitlement process through a special use permit where you can use a property that is contributing in a local or national historic district like this one to have this bed and breakfast in this location. That's why we were here. There are specific use standards for a bed and breakfast listed on the screen. Two were discussed at length during the City Planning Commission meeting, including whether or not the manager or property owner lived on site, and if there were any parties that were held in the space. I do believe that those discussions were resolved during the City Planning Commission meeting, and just for record, that the site can be used for guests. There should be no parties or wedding receptions or conferences held for outside individuals, non-guests of the property. The site has been rented out while the special use permit has been expired. There's some screenshots that I took from Airbnb and Verbo listed on the screen at various parts while we were preparing for this case. The review criteria for a special use permit is listed on the screen. I'm not going to go through every single item, just items B and D. So we've got B, which is it in the interest of public convenience and will not have any adverse impacts on the neighborhood? Planners in the community at some point determined that bed and breakfasts were not an appropriate use for the R7.5 zoning district. Since lodging uses can have a negative impact on residential neighborhoods. However, there is only one other approved bed and breakfast in this area, and the SUP was, previously approved. And item number D talks about the operational characteristics of the specific use, the specific use standards, lighting, noise, traffic generation. Will this use affect the surrounding area in that nature? We do have to consider the expired permits on the site. There's a lack of health department permits for a bed and breakfast, as well as the speculation that the property was hosting parties from outside guests. I received a couple of calls from concerned neighbors, but nothing like admittable, no written public testimony for this case. Again, those discussions were flushed out in the City Planning Commission meeting, as well as if the specific use standards were fully being applied to this case. I had a conversation with the property owner that made me question whether or not he lived on site. But again, provide a testimony to the City Planning Commission that he does in fact live on the property. And then this is a screenshot of the conditions that were attached to the previously approved plan, very similar to the conditions that I have attached as well, but also to keep in mind that the carriage house on the property is only for management use. The 8 rooms located inside the main structure, that is applicable for bed and breakfast guests. So during the initial conversations with the City Planning Commission, the city staff's recommendation was denial. The staff report does say no recommendation. After those conversations, the City Planning Commission did recommend no recommendation as well. That was a 3-3 vote. And this is a reminder that there are conditions on the case if this project does get approved. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Board members, do you have any questions of staff?
Is it on the east?
It is on the west side of Gladstone Boulevard. Let me pull up the map again real quick. The subject property is highlighted in yellow.
What's the second house?
It's this one right here.
Berkeley 24.
And Independence Avenue is to the south.
I think there's a bed.
Correct.
How many years was the original SUP valid for?
2.
Okay. Mr. Wright, why should we approve your case today?
Okay, well, a couple things. I I brought a whole folder and one of the, there's four elements I want to talk about. The nature of the property itself. It's not a normal kind of house. These historic homes. Not, what do you do with them when they're not?
Could you pull your microphone?
Oh, sure,
closer?
sure. Sorry about that. Yeah, these historic homes are pretty, I think are a unique situation. They don't fall into like a normal category. You can't, I wouldn't think they're kind of like a museum piece and they need to be curated. If you want to keep them in some kind of shape, I feel they need to be curated and taken care of. And to rent them like you would rent a house to a family. First of all, what family's going to want a 10,000 square foot, 9-bedroom house? It's just not a normal rental unit. I think the analogy being it's a lot like a classic car in that you have it because you enjoy having it and sharing it, and you take it on a weekend. It's not a daily driver. It's too much work. It's too ridiculous of a project, and it takes kind of a weird person to want to have one. And I'm sort of that guy. I like having the challenge of restoring this old property. Anyway, and one of the things is I asked my neighbors, what do you think of having a bed and breakfast? You know, is it a problem? And I have some testimonies from my neighbors. That's one thing. I like to read those. And the other thing I'd like to just mention is the impact of what it's going to do to our lives by not having it. It's going to devastate what we've set up, not having the income to be able to continue to improve and maintain the property. And the difference, and I have before and after pictures of the condition the property was in when I got it, and the condition of the neighborhood, and the results of what's happened since I've owned this property. And because my house is the biggest house on the block. And if the biggest house on the block is a crack house, which it was, and the windows were blown out and there were drug addicts living there. And I have a police report that said that the 2 years before I owned the property, the police were called out, I think it was 94 times. There were police calls made on that property. Since I've owned it, 0. I mean, so there's been I think an impact, positive impact of my involvement in that property. And so, you know, and the way I've been able to maintain to do it is been able to have because of having this bed and breakfast, because it funds everything. And it's a way of sharing this old historic home with people. We were already asked to be part of the tour of the Northeast Kansas City Historic Society, of course, twice. Yeah. Because of COVID, it got shut down one time. But, with the idea of letting people see what these old houses were like, but we get to do that kind of on a regular basis. Anyway, so I don't know where to start. Those are the points I like to make.
Right.
I would just say one thing as a person who was asked why I live there full time. I'm currently a full-time student at UMKC, and I'm able to do that. I just started a doctoral program there. And the reason I'm able to be a full-time student at my elderly age is because I got this little business, and this little business allows me to not only keep the house in order, but also affords me the opportunity to do that. And if I was to lose that opportunity or lose the business, and you'd be shutting my business down, all that goes out the window, and that would be very devastating to me. I lose my ability to go to school. I lose my ability to keep the house up. And what are my alternatives to this property? If I don't have a bed and breakfast, my alternatives are what? To either sell the property or to rent it as a house, which then I can no longer live in, or rent it out by the room, which would then be you'd be stuffing 9 people or something into a house full time. That would make a much bigger impact on the neighborhood than what currently is. And if I was to sell it, it's still zone R7.5. A savvy investor would probably go, well, let's gut it and make it an apartment building, if they could pull it off. And that would be worse for the neighborhood than what's currently going on. Anyway, I'd like to introduce Angela Brown, who is property manager, and she's got her own story. And also she's a much better reader than I am. We've got some, I like just let you know what do the neighbors think, because, you know, they were there when, some of them were there when the property was in shambles, and they know the difference and the impact it's had since we've had the bed and breakfast. All right. There you
Great,
go.
Ms. Brown, and talking to the microphone. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Angela Brown. And again, I'm the property manager. I do live on site full time. I moved here 3 years ago, relocated from California expressly for the purpose of being the property manager and taking care of Ross's house. We have some testimonials from neighbors who live directly to the left and right of us, across the street and behind us. I'd like to read those.
I have a question.
This is
Are
from
Hold on just for a second.
Are those notarized? Can we read those, or how, in the past, I feel like unless it was notarized or they were attending, we couldn't admit that.
I have original copies if you want to look at them.
Are they notarized? If they're not notarized, sir, I'm sorry, that'd be hearsay, and we can't admit hearsay. I'm sorry. I mean, you can speak briefly, that you have support from existing
Yes.
neighborhoods.
I have actually handwritten copies even. Oh, excuse me. I have handwritten copies. Well, two of them are typed because they're those kind of guys, but they're signed, you know, and you can look at them. And I have I was going to bring these folders. I don't know if that's how this works, but you know, and I also had, you know, but just to say that I was very excited about reading them to you, because I could never write. They actually made some very interesting points that I didn't think about.
We'll let Ms. Brown speak to that.
Yeah.
And then, and by the way, is there any opposition in the audience to this case today, or support? Okay, I forget, didn't ask that initially. Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Hi, so yeah, our neighbors directly to our left, who are Barbie and Tony Lane, they probably have the most potential access to encountering our neighbors.
Right.
Because they are directly adjacent to our backyard. And one of the things that they mention in the letter is how often they encounter our neighbors and our guests. And they have testified here in their letters that they've never, ever had or witnessed a bad experience with any guest. And they often, and they chat them up. They're very friendly people, and that they've never had anyone say to them that there was a negative experience that they were having during their stay. And that everyone has been pretty consistently good people. And that's one of the things I wanted to speak to, is that, and I can only speak to the time that I've been there, but Ross and I have painstakingly gone into the contract and into the wording of the agreement that we have with our guests as to how to treat the house, to give them a sense that this is not a hotel, this is someone's home, and to be respectful of it. And because of the way that we've worded things, we really have shifted the nature of people who come there. They've been incredibly respectful. It's largely a case of families having gatherings. And we haven't, since I've lived there and run it, we don't allow large parties. We certainly don't allow public parties. These are family gatherings. And it's just been a very sort of smooth sailing experience. My job as property manager is to really keep the house protected, to turn it over in between guests. And we've never had a situation where, you know, at the end of someone's stay, I've discovered a house that's just in shambles. Never. And just to sort of keep it at all times known by the guests that there is someone here, so that they can can and will respect the home. We have other points that people have made, but I would need to read them down again. Oh, yeah. So our neighbor Barbie actually used to be, let's see, what did she used to actually do? Here, why don't you speak to that then?
No, they were, one of our neighbors mentioned that, you know, that in the neighborhood, there's, some of these buildings have been turned into apartments and that it's kind of a disaster by comparison, that, you know, it's bigger impact and, you know, it's more people and, you know, I mean, the house directly next door to us, there's 2 families, it's a duplex. And there's always at least 4 to 6 cars parked in front of the house. And it's just more of a larger footprint because that's just the nature of people living, you know, that's just the nature. When you have people who are there on vacation and they're only there, basically we have probably average about 3 to 4 days a week on, it's like Friday to Sunday, give or take Thursday to Monday, that kind of a thing. That's usually the impact. And so we have the rest of the week to recalibrate and get the house back in order. But when you have a person living there full time, that never happens. And people, just the nature of people, you know, they they live and they have stuff and they leave stuff around and, you know, stuff piles up and that never happens in our situation because it's a business. It's a little business and it has to be nice and the yard always has to be good and the place has to be clean and everything, all the trash has to be gone and everything has to work. You know, when you rent it to when it becomes an apartment, those little things start to slip, you know? So that's the thing that we like. No.
So Anna, do we have a negative from the neighbors or anything like that on this particular
No
quest?
notarized written public testimony.
Okay. And they were operating with the special use permit, but that expired. Is that the way I understand it?
That is correct.
And that's been and I think Ms. Mixdorf said that was for 2 years they were doing that. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so how long has it been expired?
I mean, so it's been expired for like a year and a half.
Okay, got it.
I would
And
say
is this, hold on, is this the special use permit, is this a 5-year special use or is this unlimited that we're going?
I believe I attached a 2 or 3 year limit on
Okay.
this particular items, and then he would have to come back and renew it at that point.
Yes, okay.
I think the condition recommends 3 years.
3 years. Okay, thank you.
Right. Board members, do you have any questions of the applicant or? Go ahead, Mr. Gorence, and please speak into the microphone, sir. Thank you.
When did you purchase this property?
I believe it was 2015.
Sit on another board. I remember getting the reports of people living there and drugs and stuff like that.
Yeah. It was after that.
Yeah. So you have, that's all cleaned up.
Sorry.
You got that all totally under
Yeah.
control.
No, that was, yeah, no, that's been, well, okay. The way I acquired this property was a bit strange. It's not, I was doing business with I'm living in California. I was looking to invest in property and I had met a contractor and we were doing some business together and he had bought this property and you know, he was always a bit of a quirky guy, but I'm a musician. All my friends are quirky guys. And so that sort of was par for the course. But anyway, and he asked me if I would help him refinance this house that he had purchased. And at the time I had seen the house and, to be honest with you, I was kind of very hesitant to do that, you know, but I kind of wanted to help him out and it seemed like kind of a good deal. I mean, it seemed like anyway, I was able to do it. And so I did, but I remember he wanted to start a corporation. I said, and I didn't feel right. And so the deal we made is it would just be my product because he wasn't bringing anything to the table. Really, I was bringing all the money to the table. And I had to borrow some money for it. So I essentially bought the house, put it in my name, and he had a lease option agreement with me to
You're
purchase
right.
it. Huh?
Thank you. I appreciate the history of the home, but we're here really to discuss.
Oh,
the
okay.
special
Oh,
use
I'm sorry. You're right.
All right.
Anyway, point is, I ended up getting it out of default. I didn't actually purchase the house and when I want to buy this house. It was like it was like the thing fell apart and I ended up with it. That's the point.
Spent money fixing it up since then.
So since then, since I purchased the property, I had two choices. I could either get rid of it or fix it up. I chose to fix it up.
Sounds like you've done a great job.
Have pictures, by the way? Do we have pictures?
Or in the staff report.
There's lots of pictures.
Yep. I have
Yeah.
another question. Is there a reason you didn't renew before it expired?
Oh, no, I didn't know about it. I didn't know it had expired. And it wasn't until I went to get a permit for a wall that they said, you can't do a wall because your other permit has expired. And I went, oh, I didn't know that. And that's what got me here. I mean, once I learned that happened, I went to fix it.
I have a question. I'm still not clear on, the manager lives on site, which the ordinance requires that the manager or owner live on site. But is it your testimony that you both live on site?
Yeah, well, yes. Here's the thing. I'm currently now a student full-time at UMKC. So when I'm a student, I'm living here full-time. But I also go back and forth from LA. So I'm kind of like going back and forth. I've got business in LA as well and here. But, 8 months out of the year, this last 8 months, I've been living in Kansas City.
Okay, but the manager is on
She's
site
full-time, yeah.
whenever people are renting rooms.
I'm here full-time. Yeah.
Perfect. Board members, any other questions?
Do you have any concerns with the conditions that are listed in the staff report? I think conditions 1 through 6, kind of talking about number of years for the special use permit, signage, things of that nature.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm not sure I understand what the question is. I mean, what would be the problem? Like,
These are just usually conditions that are put forth by staff, just making sure that you're in agreement with the.
well, yeah, no, sure. Yeah, no, there's nothing seems wrong about that. Yes.
All right. Ms. Amber, do you have any questions for,
No, I do not.
okay, thank you. Motions, questions?
You have people online who, I thought we had people online. No. Oh,
Okay. Oh,
I would offer a motion.
thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 7, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second,
Thank you, Mr. Gorns. Please call the roll.
Lawrence,
aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Crosby. Aye. Was it aye?
Yeah, thank you. And we heard Amber, and Ebbets says aye. Good luck with your project and don't forget to renew your SUP. Good luck to you both. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate
All
it.
right.
Beautiful one.
Let's move on to docket number 3, case number 10 with an address of 3255 Main Street. Will the applicant please come forward? Mr. Bryant, there he is. Hello, Mr. Bryant. Good to see you. Councilman Bryant. Let's see here. Sorry, I lost my script. Do we have anyone in the live audience or in the virtual audience regarding this case? Please raise your hand. Are you all in support or opposition? Let's do the support first. Who's in support? And in opposition? Okay, that's good. We'll give you a chance to come forward, but I'm going to swear everyone in all at one time. That's the way we do it here. So you want to come forward because I've got to get your names for the court reporter. So whether it's opposition or support, doesn't matter. Come on up. So we have 2, 4, 6 people. Is that what I'm seeing? Do you, and please, and for the applicant, please raise your right hands as well to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today? Okay, great. Mr. Bryant, let's start with you with your name for the court reporter and say yes or no on the I do, you know, I do or I don't.
My name is Mark Bryant and House Fres White Goss, Gentile Road. The applicant.
And I do? Yes, sir. Thank you. And thank you.
Doug Ubben with Phelps Engineering, civil engineer for the project. I'm on here on behalf of the applicant. I do.
Thank you. Let's go across the line there.
Hello, Carter Mann, with McDonald's, I'm a construction manager. I do.
Hi, we're Gavilan, the owner of this location. I do.
Anna Lawn, owner of the McDonald's. I do.
Kathleen Joseph Paz, the general manager at this location. I do.
Thank you.
Hi, Kevin Klinkenberg, Midtown KC now. I do.
Thank you.
Phil Zems, citizen at 40th and Warwick. I do.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to hear from the applicant and Anna first, and then we'll let you guys testify. Sometimes if you feel the applicant is doing well, you're welcome to come up and try to support him. If you think he's doing a good job, maybe be quiet. And then for our opposition guy, we'll bring you up after that to hear your opposition. Great. Thank you, everyone. So, Mr. Bryant, there are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 as part of your staff report. And I've got to find those in just a second. Excuse me. No, 1 to 10. Do you have any problem with us admitting those with your case today, sir?
No.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Anna on your case. Anna, please tell us all about the case today.
Thank you. So we're here to discuss CD SUP 2023-00010. Site in question is 3255 Main Street, zoned UR, and the applicant is seeking to approve a special use permit for a drive-through facility, a restaurant within the Main Street Overlay District. So the site in question is located within the Midtown portion of Kansas City, Missouri. So as a close-up of the site is highlighted in yellow along Main Street. If you're familiar with this area, Linwood is to the north, and there's the Home Depot, Costco in this area over to the east as well. This is a photo of the existing restaurant in question from Google Street View. And then we have the site plan provided by the applicant, as well as some elevations for the site. So they are proposing to demolish the existing structure and build a new restaurant. So then that brings into question a lot of the use variances that are proposed for this site. This is a screenshot of the state statutes regarding the powers that the Board of Zoning Adjustment has. I want you to pay particular attention to item number 1, subsection 3. This section for number 1 identifies the type of powers that the Board of Zoning Adjustment for Kansas City, Missouri has that involves making decisions about appeals, any powers identified that by the municipal code, and variances when there is a hardship proved. It specifically prohibits use variances. So it says that in any city where a population of 350,000 people or more, and it also can cover more than one county, which Kansas City, Missouri qualifies, that the Board of Zoning Adjustment does not have the power to vary or modify any ordinances related to the use of the land. This is also taken into account in our municipal code, where it says that the Board of Zoning Adjustment may not make variances to a principal use on a lot where it is not allowed. So the Main Street Corridor Overlay District, this is adopted by ordinance 171037, where it talks about how the overlay district standards apply over anything in chapter 88, like use and lot building related. It also identifies that properties within an existing master plan development or UR district are exempt, except for the case when there are new plans being adopted or amendments to those plans taking place. And then that's when full, application of the Main Street Overlay District applies. And I'll get into a little bit more of that case history later. So that brings into question this is new development. They're demolishing the existing structure and building brand new. So full compliance with the overlay district applies. This site is located within a transit node sub-district of the Main Street Corridor Overlay District. The entire map is shown on the very far right side of my screen. And then I zoomed in a little bit more so you can see that it is in fact in that blue color, which says transit nodes. There are 3 other categories within this district, but this is a transit node sub-district. The specific use standards for a drive-through facility within the Main Street Overlay District prohibits a drive-through restaurant or facility within this location. Drive-through facilities are only permitted within the neighborhood Main Street sub-district. Additionally, where they are permitted, they can only be on corner lots and attached to financial uses like banks. Drive-through facilities serving other uses like a restaurant are prohibited. Back to that case history point that I previously mentioned, this request or inquiry to update this McDonald's has been going on for an extended period of time. It started in 2018, where this project was being processed with another planner, but then was held at the review stage because this use prohibition, fully came to light. So then the applicants requested to amend the Main Street Corridor Overlay District to address their unique situation. And that case was held prior to City Council review. Both cases have expired. When we talk about, did the property owner understand and know about these regulations, we have a screenshot of the address labels that were created by the city to inform individuals of the overlay district that is being adopted. We can see that the McDonald's was sent a letter. And this is that letter in question. It talks about legal nonconforming uses, where it also addresses that you can apply for a CLNU within 1 year of the effective date of the ordinance, and that did not occur. Additionally, there's a CID that accompanies this overlay district. So the overlay district is the zoning, planning, land use component of making improvements on this corridor. And the CID is one of the funding mechanisms that goes to improve the district. And I took a screenshot of the tax receipts on the Jackson County website, where it shows that they've been paying into this CID at least since 2018. So the two go hand in hand, the regulations and the paying of the taxes. Now I'm going to go into these review criteria for a special use permit. The red letters indicate that there's some sort of like deficit in those approval criterias. So first being A, is this compatible with all zoning and development code perspectives? The overlying regulation is the Main Street Corridor Overlay District, where there is this use prohibition for new development. Is this in the interests of public convenience and not have any adverse impact on the surrounding neighborhood? I talked about some of the case history, both where there was a lot of public opposition against those two items, as well as case history for neighboring properties like across the street on or on the corner, where the city has upheld the Main Street Corridor Overlay District standards to reduce the amount of drive-through facilities on this corridor. And the proposal conflicts with both the Main Street Corridor Overlay District and mass transit oriented development policies that the city has adopted. Item number C talks about the character of the property in terms of site planning and building scale or project design. You know, we have seen other projects be spurred on by the streetcar expansion that is occurring along Main Street. And those developments are built to Main Street corridor overlay district standards. And I'll get into several of the lot and building design variances that are also being requested for lot and building design that do not match the standards identified in the Main Street corridor overlay district. And item D talks about the operational characteristics for the proposal. So again, this goes with specific use standards, lighting, noise, traffic generation, et cetera. You know, there are other existing drive-through restaurants along Main Street, which also can continue to operate in their current state. But when redeveloped, it needs to occur with an approved use or design that matches the Main Street corridor overlay district. We also have item E, which talks about pedestrian safety and comfort. The city has transit-oriented development standards that have been adopted, specifically as it relates to the Main Street corridor overlay district, where the city has taken a stance to discourage auto-oriented uses along this corridor. Now, going into the variance requests also attached to this special use permit, we've got variance A, which is to permit a drive-through restaurant in a location that is not a Main Street sub-district. This is a complete deviation to the requirement. And as previously mentioned, Missouri state statutes prohibit the Kansas City, Missouri Board of Zoning Adjustment to grant a use variance. We also have variance B, which also talks about a use variance, where the drive-through facility is limited to an accessory financial use. This is a restaurant, not a financial service or association. This is a complete deviation to the requirement. Again, Missouri state statutes prohibits the Kansas City, Missouri BZA of granting a use variance. We have variance C, which talks about a drive-through use permitted on a corner lot. The site in question is an interior lot. Complete deviation. Again, this stands on that Missouri state statute item that I've mentioned. We've got variance D, which addresses there's primary and secondary materials that are proposed for the Main Street corridor overlay district. Metal is identified as a secondary material. Secondary materials can only encompass 20% of the facade for the first story. There's only one story being proposed. They're proposing to cover the front facade 25% with this material. This is a 25% increase from the regulation. And a change in design can obviate the need for this variance. We have variance E, which talks about the floor area ratio for the Main Street corridor overlay district. This is intended to create denser looking buildings on a particular lot. The property is requesting a FAR of 0.10. This is a variation of 0.90. A change in design can obviate the need for this variance. Variance F discusses the building frontage along Main Street. Again, this is to create a denser look along Main Street. The minimum is 70% of building frontage. The proposed structure in question is pushed back, so there's no building frontage along the front lot. This is a complete deviation from the requirement in the Main Street corridor overlay district. Again, a change in design can obviate the need for this variance. We have variance G, which talks about the front yard setback of buildings along Main Street. Again, in order to create that dense look along Main Street. As previously mentioned, since it's a drive-through restaurant, it's pushed back to create that ingress egress site circulation around the restaurant. This is a 40-foot proposal, so the variation is 40. A change in design can obviate the need for a variance. Variance H talks about the height minimums for structures along Main Street. for the transit sub-district of the Main Street Corridor Overlay District. This minimum is 3 stories. They are proposing 1. This is a variation of 2 stories. A change in design can obviate the need for a variance. Due to all of those items, city staff recommended denial to the City Planning Commission. The City Planning Commission recommended approval subject to conditions. There is a conditions report attached to this project. Removal of number 4 needs to occur because that discussed adding the facade variance to the case, which I have done. I also need to admit exhibit number 11 to the case, which is the ordinance that adopts the Main Street Corridor Overlay District.
That's admitted. Thank you.
And that concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anna. Staff have any questions, or board members have any questions of staff? Mr. Bryant, why should we approve your case today, sir?
Excuse me?
Why should we approve your case today, sir?
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'm Mark Bryant with Rouse Fretz, White Goss, Gentile and Rhodes. With me today is Doug Evans of Phelps Engineering, and Regeb Alam, and Carter Mann has flown in, I believe, from Phoenix, Arizona, representing the Construction Management Division of McDonald's. We are here today not to ask that we be given the permission to do anything new. We're here today not to ask that you change a use. We're here today because the restaurant that is at this location is now 38 years old. It was constructed in 1985, and we would like to rebuild it. We would like to rebuild it in the same footprint that it currently exists in. It is served with a drive-through, and we'd like to continue to use that drive-through. The theme that is repeated throughout the staff report is that you do not have the power to grant a use variance. We are not here to request a use variance. We are here to request the power to continue to operate the same McDonald's restaurant that has been there for 38 years. That's it. Now, Anna has correctly stated the law. You are the only Board of Zoning Adjustment in the state of Missouri that is not authorized to give variance. But we're not asking for one. All we're asking for is the power to continue to be a McDonald's restaurant, and McDonald's operates a restaurant with a drive-through, and we'd like to continue to have it. We'd also like to clear up another misconception, and that is that granting this special use permit and granting these variances is not in the public's interest because it will conflict with streetcars on Main Street. That is not the truth. The truth is that the restaurant in its current form, the status quo, is completely non-compliant with the main corridor overlay. McDonald's has made a concerted, decided, company-wide effort to make this restaurant as compliant with the main corridor overlay as it possibly can be. And if there were 200 requirements, and we think there are about 200 requirements in that main corridor overlay, we comply with 194. The 6 we can't comply with, we're here today to explain why and to ask you for an exception so that we can continue to operate this restaurant. Ladies and gentlemen, A drive-through, not a use. A drive-through is an accessory to a use. And it's an accessory to either a restaurant or a financial institution. It's not a use. It's not the principal use. You don't go to City Hall and apply for a business license to operate a drive-through. You operate a bank, you operate a restaurant. And the city has really admitted as much when it drafted the main corridor overlay, because it said the only place you can have a drive-through is as an accessory to a financial institution. Precisely what we're telling you this is. It's an accessory. And so with that, I'm here to tell you that at the completion of this testimony, we're going to submit to you that the current restaurant is not good for customers. It's not good for Main Street. It's not good for streetcars. It's not good for anybody. And what we're trying to do is to improve the situation for everyone. And that's all they're asking to do. And with that, if you'll indulge me, I'd like Ann and Alon.
Good morning, guys. We're Give Alon and my wife, Ann.
Good morning.
We own this location, and in total, we own 23 McDonald's in the Kansas City metro area. We employ about 1,000 people, 1,100 people in the company right now. Family-based business, very involved with the community. We bought this location in 2019, knowing it was already in the process of rebuilding at some point. I believe the previous owner started the process, and then we kind of kept going with it. What you'll hear today is, and you'll see some of the pictures and drawings, is our request to, like Mr. Bryant mentioned, is to keep operating the restaurant just in a better manner. The new building is a lot more efficient. Drive-through flow is more efficient. We currently have 2 order points in drive-through. With the new building, we're still going to have 2 order points in drive-through. They're just going to be side by side versus tandem. Over the years, McDonald's kind of figure out it's more efficient to be side by side versus one behind another. That's the only difference. The new building is just, it's a world of different for our customers, the community, our staff. The current state of the building, we're not proud of it. It's our only building in our company that has stayed in this condition, and we're not proud of it. And we're here today to get your approval to continue with the project.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us this morning. And I'll just echo what Mark has said and what my husband just said. My parents became operators in Kansas City when I was 5 years old. I've lived in this community ever since. Very proud to be a McDonald's owner operator, extremely proud to be a member of the Kansas City community. I consider McDonald's to be a world-class company. I think Kansas City is a world-class city. All the great things that are happening in this community with the NFL draft, the World Cup coming to Kansas City, the wonderful soccer stadium that's being built for women here in the community, the downtown baseball stadium. And that's what we're asking for today. We want to build a world-class facility for our employees who are here today. They deserve that. They do not deserve to work in the facility that is there currently. We're embarrassed for the community, and we're embarrassed for our employees. They should not be working in that facility. We need to rebuild it. And the community deserves a world-class facility to come and enjoy. So that is what we're asking for today. So we would appreciate your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think we pictured the aerial photograph.
Yes, that'll be admitted. That was part of the staff report, Ms. Anna. Okay, so that'll be exhibit number 12.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Bryant.
The aerial photograph is on screen, I believe.
Yes.
And we ask you to take note of the fact that this is where the restaurant is currently existing, that it is currently served with a drive-through, that there is an area that's marked, that's cross-hatched on that photograph. And that is also an existing lane. There is a tandem of drive-through lanes there now. Just one is not operation. Both those lanes, the existing drive-through lane and the marked drive-through lane, both merge to form a single lane on the north end of the building that is served with one pay window and one food dispensing window. Drive-through lane. We go to the in the left-hand corner is a photograph of the existing restaurant. It doesn't look like any other McDonald's restaurant that you come in contact with. It's 38 years old. Picture on the right is a picture of the existing drive-through window. The area crosshatch is that existing but unused side-by-side lane. In the bottom left-hand corner is another photograph of the existing drive-through lane with the crosshatched area that's side-by-side but unused. And the right-hand corner is a photograph of the restaurant interior. What we'd like to do is to construct a new restaurant that is substantially compliant with the main corridor overlay. We're trying to get there. Now, this restaurant, by all accounts, is far better looking than the current restaurant. It goes up 2 heights, 2 floors, all in an effort to comply with the main corridor overlay. That there are no other 2-story McDonald's restaurants. The left bottom shows what the drive-through lanes would look like, and the right photograph shows what the interior of the restaurant would look like. On your left on the screen is the proposed restaurant and its location, showing the 2 queue lines merging into one drive-through line, but it also shows that we've got enhanced patio area, enhanced landscaping, all improvements that are brought to you by virtue of the main corridor overlay. And the photograph that is the drawing that's on the right is the existing restaurant. It's same place, same size, same setup. I'd like to yield at this point to Doug Evans, who's going to explain which of the main corridor overlay requirements we can't.
Good morning, board. Doug Evan again, Phelps Engineering. So I know Anna's presentation kind of went over the variances and what we're asking for. So I'll just kind of want to dive into each one and give a little more reasoning as to why we need these variances to operate the McDonald's, that's been operating there for 38 years. That same kind of operation on the same lot. And the overarching one is the drive-through. So this first one kind of hits on the 3 parts in the main corridor overlay that we talked about, where the property is not on in a neighborhood main street zone. It's located in a transit zone. It's not an accessory use to a financial institution. and it's not on a corner lot. Now why, you know, this being McDonald's existing property they're trying to rebuild on, they can, by allowing a new building to be rebuilt on this property, we can screen the drive-through better with landscaping and stack the drive-through better on the back with two. You go back to the one before, you'll realize there's more stacking on the rear of the lot to put the cars in. So it's an improvement to getting cars away from Main Street. If we go to the next one. The FAR, just to give context, FAR is floor area ratio, floor area over lot area in square foot. So if you think about it, in order to have a floor area ratio of 1 that's required, you'd either have to have a building 1 story that took up the entire lot, or you'd have to have a multiple story building. And if you just think about the operation of McDonald's with parking, drive-through needed, it's not feasible to have a floor area ratio of 1 where a 1-story building that takes the entire property or a multi-story building. That's just not how McDonald's operates. So that's why we're asking for the variance to the floor area ratio in this instance. The next item is the minimum frontage of 70%. We have looked through multiple iterations of how we could lay out this site, knowing that the preference would be to have the building right up on Main Street. We looked at that thoroughly. It's just, if you think about the McDonald's or another drive-through that needs circulation for the site, you can't have the building right up on the property line. It doesn't allow for the circulation of the drive-through. It makes for a drive-through on the east side of the building where pedestrians would have to cross the parking lot and from the parking lot through the drive-through lane into the building. That's the only way and the circulation just doesn't work for McDonald's. So, like I said, we tried to make that work and we just can't. And to just expand on that a little more, even if we were to get the building up to Main Street, it's only the length of the building is only 44% of the length of the frontage to Main Street. So we could never get to 70%, even if we could do that. But the bigger overarching issue is that we just operationally cannot have that building up on Main Street and make it function. The other item of a maximum front yard setback of 0. Again, you kind of just thinking about the circulation needed for a McDonald's. You need to have circulation around the building. So we need the building set back from Main Street in order to have the cars go through the drive-through and come back around the front of the building and exit. So that's why the building must be set back. And in this case, it's 40 feet. We've got it as close as we can to get a drive lane through there, a sidewalk to the front door. So, and then just what we're trying to offer, as we're going through this, we're trying to hit the main overlay district to the best extent we can. So we have added the patio out front to increase pedestrian opportunities up front. So we've added the patio off the southwest corner of the building. And we're also planning to put a walk-up window on the northeast corner of the building. So, and if going back, if you'll notice, there's a sidewalk that comes off the northwest corner of the lot. I might have said northeast a minute ago. I meant northwest part of the building. There'll be a walk-up window where pedestrians could walk in off Main Street from the streetcar and make an order and pick up their order there right at the front of the building. So we're trying to offer these extra amenities to the building to fit with the main core overlay best we can. Next on the building height, the variance we need to the building height of a minimum of 3 stories. Again, just McDonald's doesn't need a 3-story building. We don't want the McDonald's with office use or residential use above it. It just doesn't make sense. So having a 3-story building doesn't make sense in this case for McDonald's. In an attempt to get closer to what the main corridor overlay is wanting in a 3-story, McDonald's has increased the height to give it a 2-story appearance. When it's still, just 1 floor of operation, the height on the front to Main Street will allow it to give some more height and give it that larger scale feel up against Main Street. And the last one is the parking and loading, that any parking and loading be behind the building. So if you go back and look, we've pulled we've pulled the parking back even with the front of the building, just as far as we can. We need that variance though to get the drive-through wrapped around the front with that drive aisle. And for that reason, we can't have all the parking lot and drive aisles out of the front yard. So those are the variances we're asking for. Just give a little more context as to why we're asking for them. With that, I'll give it back to Mark to wrap up our presentation.
The other thing we'd ask you to be cognizant of is that your choice is between the existing restaurant, which is there as a legal non-conforming use, and the new restaurant. And the submission is that the new restaurant is far preferable than the old restaurant for everyone. The other thing we'd ask is that you not be afraid to understand that what has happened to McDonald's is unfair. Every other public body that has considered this case has recommended approval of McDonald's plan. City Plan Commission has heard it twice, and each time recommended approval. Each time recommended approval, despite the staff recommendation of denial. And it's because really it is in the public's interest to have a building that is substantially compliant as opposed to one that is completely and totally non-compliant. And so before I yield to Carter Mann, I think I'm not sure I heard Elon say that they are prepared to invest $3 million, renovate this outdated building, and to make an improvement where one otherwise will not occur. And I'm going to Carter Mann.
Hello, thank you. So I'm a construction manager with McDonald's and I specialize in rebuilds of our stores. We typically rebuild our stores between 35 and 40 years. As you guys know, we get a lot of use of these buildings and there just comes a time to where it needs to be completely rebuilt. So by rebuilding the building, it gives us the most efficient building, the most green building. It also allows better stacking for customers to keep traffic off the main roads. Again, we'll have some exterior improvements with the walk-up window and some exterior patio seating for everyone. We can comply with all the conditions that were presented to us. And we just feel like this is the best route for McDonald's to provide our customers.
Thank you. I've got a quick question for you, sir.
Sir.
Usually they have semi trucks who deliver items to your restaurants. Have you compensated for that at this proposed new restaurant?
Yes, we do. Actually, Doug does that for us. We do an auto truck turning analysis, which is what we call it. So we have taken that into consideration with the new layout. As far as how to get a truck on and off the site.
All right. How do you respond to that, Doug?
Didn't know if you need me to add anything. Yeah, we run the auto turn program through there to make sure that the truck that they're going to bring to the site to deliver food can make the turns through the site, enter and exit, without problems running over curbs or sidewalks or anything like that.
Are those timed for certain times of day, sir?
That would be
delivers.
Yeah, I could speak to that. So yeah, we can work with our distribution center, which is herb distribution, on certain times. We have locations that are just delivered from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Just when we're closed, actually. It's called unassisted. They come, they unload, they go. So we coordinate with them depending on the location, definitely. So we'll make sure, obviously, that it meets the requirements.
What about this location, sir?
This location currently, what's the? They get a 5 p.m. delivery right now.
I'll change.
You've got to come to the microphone, man. Thank you.
The routes change every season depending on the distribution center. So we don't know in advance, but it could be 5 a.m. this season and next time it could be 5 p.m. So it does change, but we can request a specific time if that's a concern.
But it's a concern only because the streetcar operates
Yes.
at peak times. And obviously we don't want at least I'm just one board member. I would not want a big truck coming in.
Right, absolutely.
Between
So
4
we
and
could,
6 o'clock in the afternoon, or
Right.
7 and 9 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Bryant goes by there as well. So we would not want that kind of traffic buildup.
absolutely. So we can get unassisted deliveries where they just come in overnight and drop it off even when we're not there.
Mhm.
So that's not an issue. We do have those happening in other locations.
Right.
Yep.
Thank you for your
Mhm, thank you.
testimony. Thank you. All right, Mr. Bryant,
Have no further.
do you want to bring the store manager up? You want to bring the store manager? Hi there.
Hi.
Tell us why we should approve the request today, ma'am.
Well, I think that the city should approve because our restaurant is very old. Like Mr. Mark said, 1985, 38 years old. And I'm currently running this location as being the outstanding general manager of the year as well. I won that award, still working in the condition of our restaurant. And I believe that our crew members deserve a better store. It's not functional right now because it's small. And the business is growing because the customers, they love this location. Our neighbors, they come and eat breakfast, lunch. They even hang out with us just to have a great time. You know, they approve this new location. Every day they're asking, hey, are you getting your new location yet? When are you getting your new location? Why haven't this been approved yet? Because the building looks very bad. And if you ride there today, you will see that the building looks very bad. And all we want to do is uplift the community, like me working there, very positive to our customers. They love coming to this organization because the owner not only support and give back to the community, I help as well in the area. You know, the city may want to fund something for the homeless. We attend that. You know, we have different church function that comes to my location and they want us to donate and do whatever it takes to support what they have going on with McDonald's at my location. And the reason today we're asking that you guys approve this because it's well deserving to the public eye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. I'd like to hear from the opposition at this point. Please come up. I think you're with the Main Street Council. Did I hear that?
It's with Midtown KC now.
Okay, thank you.
So
Tell us your position, sir.
Kevin Klinkenberg, Midtown KC now, 3931 Main Street. You only gave me a choice of support or opposition. So I really mostly have questions, not necessarily opposition directly, but we're not unsympathetic to the concerns of the owners and everybody in this. And we certainly appreciate the desire to invest in Main Street. There obviously was a time period before and after the adoption of the overlay district, which was no secret to anybody, where any applicant could have come in with a request. And so, you know, there is that, but setting that aside, we know that this is a unique consideration here. My question really resolves more about the legal status of this process. We have a lot of confusion as to whether this approach of getting a variance from the overlay district is appropriately legal. We have been told prior to this by staff that this was not something any applicant could do, which was to just get a variance from the overlay district. So I feel like we need clarification on that. Because I will tell you that if this is a process that applicants will pursue or can pursue legally, we'll be here half a dozen times in the next 2 years asking for more drive-throughs on Main Street. Guarantee it. It is the most common question that we get about the overlay district. I know this is an existing business and this is a unique situation, but I feel like we need to understand, be crystal clear what the legal situation is here with applicants getting variances from the overlay district, because our understanding was this was not a path available to people. So if that's the case, then we've really got to reconsider what we're doing and how we're doing it. And I don't know if legal can help us in that regard or give us any more input on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we'd ask that we'd note the record should reflect that there were 2 public engagement meetings. 2 people appeared at the first public engagement meeting. One was the president of the involved neighborhood association, and she did not object and understood our plight. And the other was the president of the Southmoreland Neighborhood Association, that's some distance away, appears at every public gathering. At a second public engagement meeting to ensure that the public had an opportunity to express their opinion by Zoom conference, no one participated.
Thank you for that. Is it new and relevant to what you haven't said before, sir? I don't like to
Just to
repeat
comment-
testimony.
To comment on Kevin's,
Answer that.
Hold on.
I've kind of had a lot of time already. I'd like to ask some questions before we kind of go
Perfect,
back and forth.
perfect.
So I understand you're saying that this is not a use variance. However, when we're looking at variances A through H, that is a lot of variances in one spot. That makes me think it looks like a use variance to me. And especially, I know you're meeting, you said of 200 of them, you can't meet 6 of them. But of those 6, I would argue the FAR, the minimum frontage, the front setback, the building height, and parking behind building are kind of the most critical ones when you look at a main street and how you're building along there, as we look at the streetcar along there. And the whole point is to have denser development. I guess I'm just a little concerned as we look at all of these variances on one site. And I know you have money to renovate. Are there ways you can just renovate the existing building? I think interior finishes would be much less than this $3 million budget that was kind of noted as an option. I guess, Anna, what are the percentages of renovation? When does it tip to be a new kind of build or renovation? Is it like 60% of the building?
50%.
50%. Okay. Has that been explored as an option to maintain the existing function without doing this investment of kind of along a new building along the corridor that doesn't meet these key criteria of the overlay that was put in place for a specific reason?
Well, if we were to renovate, the end product is not as compliant with the overlay as a new building will be. Because it's things such as you take the existing building and you renovate it. Well, it's what you're renovating is something that ends up being 1 story. Where you get to 2 stories is because we're completely rebuilding it and building a new building. And with that new building, we'll go up 2
So
stories.
the second story is not occupiable, correct? It's just 2 stories in height.
That's correct.
Okay.
That is correct. And our choice here is not between a building that is totally compliant and one that is substantially compliant. Your choice is a building that is completely non-compliant. Because if we don't get to rebuild, we continue to operate the existing structure in its existing form. And we have to, because we can't do anything else. We have to have that drive-through because 65 to 80% of the revenue comes through that drive-through.
Thank you.
Now,
I had a question about the stories. In the staff report, it says it would be a variance of 2 stories. So you don't consider their false second story as a story?
No.
Okay.
The Main Street
the
Overlay
occupied.
District does not provide a definition of what a story means. The intent, is to have multiple occupiable floors. This is just a slightly taller building. And so as previously discussed, it's not occupiable space. It's all in nature, one giant building that's just
So even though
taller.
the appearance might be more compliant, you're saying the.
Technically doesn't meet the Main Street Corridor Overlay District.
All right.
That'd be interesting calling a closed session.
We're approaching a break time though to Ms. Mixdorf. So, are we doing, Anna? Can we call a closed session? Or do we need to take a break first for city staff and other people?
I think depending on the length of the closed session, both could be achieved.
Okay.
So we could go into closed session and city staff can step away and we'll come back in 20 minutes.
All right.
But that's
Nope.
up to the board.
Sorry. We'll get to you. All right. Randy.
I guess I'd move the board go into closed session to discuss legal matters and legal advice pursuant to section 610.0211 RSMO.
I have a motion.
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens. Please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Crosby
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Ms. Crosby will link up in just a second. Thank you. We're moving into closed session. We'll be back in a few minutes.
For 20 minutes.
About 20 minutes.
Here. Never mind. It's unmuted.
We back into, re-record. Okay, there we go. Ms. Mixdorf, do you have a motion for us
Move that we come out of closed session.
pursuant to?
Went to section 610.021 RSMO.
Perfect. Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorns. Please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Crosby.
Aye.
Litz.
Aye. We're back into open session. There's a lot of circumstances associated with this case, especially with the overlay. And Ms. Moran, why don't you tell us what we found out?
Yeah, I think we'd like some more legal consultation. So we'd like to continue it for a month so that we can get some more information from our legal counsel. And perhaps you can submit something because you know, when you talk about the accessory use issue, anything you've got that you can submit to us, I think that would help submit to Mr. Elward, whatever you've got. But we'd like to continue it for a month just so we can consider the those issues, those legal issues.
Thank you.
Okay, so I move in case number 2023-00010, I move that we continue it to the July, is it 10th? 11th meeting.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Gorns. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Crosby.
Cosby? Yeah, she's raising her hand.
Okay.
I think she's
Ebbets.
And aye on that. We continue this to the July 11th docket. Thank you very much. And Mr. Brown, please submit any legal questions and any briefs to city staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Need your jump drive? Just email me the PowerPoint.
You got to jump to the back for something. Ready to call the next case on the docket, which is case number 22 with an address of 12940 Warnell Road. Will the applicant please come forward?
My apologies.
It's okay. I've got a lot of cases today.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll so this is case CD SUP 2021-00022 for 12940 Warnell Road. This is a request to extend the expiration date of an approved SUP. That SUP, a request to approve a special use permit to allow for a change of use of an existing building from residential to hospital, along with associated renovation and expansion work on about 14.78 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of West Blue Ridge Boulevard and Warnell Road. The attorney associated with Pulcinelli is online. I'm promoting them. There's also a Brian online.
Perfect.
This is the opportunity for anyone else who is a part of the applicant team or any members of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on this case to raise their hand on Zoom or approach the microphone in the city council chambers. Once the public testimony has been opened, no future panelists will be promoted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Will the applicants please raise their right hand to be sworn in? You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today.
I do.
And could you please state your name for the court reporter?
Yes, thank you very much for having me. Bob Johnson with the Pulcinelli Law Firm.
Okay. And do we have somebody else out there?
I'm Brian Hochstein. I'm a neighbor 407 West 130th Terrace. And I do.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, there is a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case, numbered 1 to 9. Do you have any issues with us admitting those to your case today?
No, sir.
Great, those are admitted. Part of that is a staff report. by Anna on your case. Anna, please tell us about this case today.
Okay, thank you. So this is
And,
case
and
B.
before you do that, it's actually exhibits 1 to 10, excuse me on that one. And those are admitted. Thank you.
This is case CD S2P 2021-00022 for 12940 Warnell Road. The site is zoned 0-1. It's like an office use. And the applicant is seeking to extend the expiration date of a previously approved SUP. So the site in question is located in the very most southern portion of Kansas City, Missouri, kind of near Grandview. The site in question is displayed on the screen. It is highlighted in yellow. There is Warnell Road over to the east at the intersection of Blue Ridge Boulevard. This is the site plan presented with the case SUP 2021-22. I understand that the plan is a little grainy, but that is what I could find apart to the stamped plans. Some key points in this request is that an approved SUP, so it lapsed or it's not vested after 2 years of its effective date, which is the published date on the disposition letter associated with the case. This lapse of approval occurs when there is no building permit that has been issued or approved and construction diligently pursued. A certificate of occupancy has been issued. The building use or the physical construction has not been established, or the BZA can grant an extension to this expiration date for at least for 1 year maximum. So the expiration date is 7/13 of 2023. They are requesting to extend that lapse of approval for that previously approved special use permit to 2024. And this is to allow them to, construct the items that were approved in that special use permit. That concludes my staff presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Board members have any questions of staff? Mr. Johnson, why should we approve this SUP or this extension, excuse me?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members, thank you for having me here today. It's a pretty straightforward request here. As Anna said, the rezoning and amendment to the area plan and the SUP were adopted in 2021, all unanimously at that time, with excellent community participation. And so I stand on the record of those cases here today. Nothing has changed in the plan since that time. The reason that we have not, my client has not moved forward with construction of the property is that they do not own it yet. And there is a reason for that as well. The property owner, again, not my client, not the one that is going to develop and operate this project, had substantial property damage to the internal components of those buildings prior to closing in the millions of dollars. They've been dealing with their insurance company since that time. And as a result, my client has, given the diminution of the value of the property, which again is very substantial, has worked with the seller as to an appropriate price for the property. They have landed on that amount now that the seller has obtained their insurance award, so that given if we have the grace today of your body to give us the year extension, my client will close on the property and move forward with the project. Again, nothing's changed whatsoever. Simply the seller was dealing with major damage to their property, and the outfall from that, we have essentially kind of been in a holding pattern waiting for them to resolve it. They have, and now we have resolved with them a reasonable basis upon which to acquire the property and pursue the project. So we ask for the time to do that, to get the opportunity to have the year to essentially maintain the approvals we've had since they were all approved in 2021.
Thank you, sir. Bryant, did you have a comment you'd like to make?
Yeah, and I'll be brief. I live due west of the subject property. Mr. Johnson is absolutely correct that there was very good public engagement, especially given what the use was. Generally, I support the work that they're doing there. Only had a couple comments and quick question is we would the neighbors have been asking about when that closing date may be, or when the improvements might commence. We were aware of the damage, and I would say there's been a vast improvement of the maintenance of the property over the last year. There was a period of time when things weren't being mowed, but now there's pretty much 24-hour security there, and they've done a very good job of securing the property. The only other item that has been brought up by neighbors in the neighborhood is on the west side of the subject property is a drainage way. It runs north to south and ties into the stream buffer that then cuts east to west through the entire property. It goes, it's adjacent to a bunch of neighboring backyards. And we generally really like the fact that they're going to maintain a lot of the treed area and utilize it for a hiking and walking trail. But we've had a complaint in the past that the fence, as at least as shown on the approved plan, would demolish a lot of trees. And so we've asked if they could please move the fence adjacent to the new trail that they're building. We think there's some efficiencies there since they're already taking out trees to put the trail in. We want them to secure their property. Everybody agrees on the fence. We just would like the location of it to be closer to the trail rather than, cut a trail through the trees and also put a fence against the edge of the property. And that's my only comments. And yeah, I support it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Johnson, your comments?
Yeah, I appreciate the recognition of the maintenance. We and the city were both involved in catalyzing the owner to get that done. On the second piece, that was a discussion point in 2021. I asked that we not relitigate the approvals at that time. I'm not quite, frankly, crystallized in my mind everything that was discussed. I think, Mr. Hochstein, we did say that that was something we would study very thoroughly and engage with you upon, if I recall correctly. And I would stand on that, and we'd continue to be good on our commitments we made in 2021, and again, stand on the approved plans from that time.
Thank you, sir. Board members, questions of either the two gentlemen or staff?
I have just kind of a technical question. The staff report says the owner and applicant is Brook Chateau Land LLC. Is that your client? Is that no?
No, it
That's
isn't.
the existing owner.
That's the current owner, correct?
Okay, so they have consented to this process.
Correct.
Board members, any other questions and or comments or motions?
I'd offer a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 22, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you for Ms. Crosby. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Crosby.
Aye.
Evans.
Aye. Your motion is approved. Thank you very much, sir. Good luck
Thank you.
with the project.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. We're now going to docket number 6, case number 33. The address is 8700 North Oak Traffic Way. There's a quorum on the case of myself, Mr. Gorence, Ms. Mixdorf, Ms. Moran, and Mr. Stiller. Mr. Stiller is not here today. However, Ms. Crosby did hear the case, so she's our 5th member on the case.
We are looking at CD BZA 2023-0033 for 8700 North Oak Traffic Way. This is a request to approve a sign variance to the height limitations and the zoning district B1-1 to allow for a library sign, plus any other necessary variances on about 1.64 acres of land generally located at 8700 North Oak Traffic Way. The applicant is Mark Nelson.
All right.
There's a Brad McKenzie who's also raised their hand. This is a reminder that anyone who wishes to provide public testimony or any other members of the applicant or ownership team to raise their hand now. Once public testimony has begun, no further public testimony will be admitted.
Right.
Brad has been connected.
All right. Is there anyone else out there?
No one else has raised their hand and no one has approached the microphone in city council chambers.
Perfect. Mr. Nelson, will you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today? I can't hear you. Mark, did you hear me?
Mark is not online. Brad McKenzie is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Mark Nelson. Sorry, I can't read that part. Okay, Mr. McKenzie, same oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
This is Brad McKenzie. Yes, I do.
I apologize. It's a long way from.
It's okay.
Screen. Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 associated with your case. Do you mind if we admit those to allow this case to go forward?
Please do.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a staff report by Mr. Clemens. Jared, tell us about the case, or we're kind of familiar with the case, but tell us what's new.
Sure thing. 1 second. See if we can avoid the screen sharing issues from last. All right. Can you all see it on both screens? Fantastic. This is docket item number 6, case number CDBZA 2023-33, located at 8700 North Oak Traffic Way, zoning district B1-1. Applicant is seeking approval of variance to the monument sign height limitation in zoning district B1-1. This is the location of the subject site. It's just north of North Kansas City. It is a little bit more close up on North Oak Traffic Way, just off of Northeast 87th Street. You all might remember this case from last month. The applicant wanted to continue seeking the variance, but slightly decrease the size of the variance requested. The numbers related to the change you can see on the screen now. The original variance request was for 16 feet in height. The new height is for 12.66 feet in height. The percent decrease is around 20.8%. The board is interested in that. So the new variance amount is for 6.66 feet, as 6 feet is allowed in this zoning district for a monument sign. So these are the Missouri case factors for the case: 6 feet and 8 inches. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. Difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. And the setback variance, as mentioned in the last hearing, has been removed from the request. With that, I'll conclude my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Board members, any questions of Mr. Clemens? All right, Mr. McKenzie, I see you've reduced the sign. Tell us why we should approve your case today, sir.
Yeah, so I won't rehash everything we discussed last time, but just as a reminder, this is a public entity, the Mid-Continent Public Library. So it's not a business that's going to be there for a short time and leave. We, at the last meeting, talked about potentially reducing the size of the letters, which would make the sign smaller. And at that time, we wanted to do a little bit more exploration as to how that might impact the visual appearance of the sign and how well people would see it. So we did a little bit more research. And as a reference, on a speed limit sign on a road with the speed limit, the letters would be 14 inches tall, just as a good reference. We've also looked at several different letter calculators, and for a sign at 150 feet, the minimum size letters would be 6 inches. However, to be easily readable would be 15, and in some cases recommend 20. However, that's for a sign that's read from an immobile position. So if you're just standing and looking at it, if you're looking at signs traveling on a street at 45 miles per hour, the minimum would be 7 inches with a recommendation for 20 inches. And then the library does have another sign that is a 22-inch tall letter. And so we worked with the library just to look at some options, how we could get this closer to compliance. At the last meeting with you guys, we looked at trying to get down to about 12 feet in height. So we decided that keeping the 15-inch letters was really important. We compressed the letters and we lowered the height of the base and lowered the amount that the sign extended above the base to come to the 12 to 8 inch height dimension, hoping that you guys would see that that is a reasonable sign for the library that would provide the necessary visual cue to people that are looking for it and turning in, and show the branding for the library.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you taking a look at the signage and bringing it down a little bit. Board members, any more further questions of Mr. McKenzie or comments?
I agree. I appreciate the effort and I appreciate the imagery that was provided with the scale figure of the individual as well. That's nice just to see that in comparison to the overall sign height.
Yeah, I think it looks good. I think this site, the library is set back from the street so much that I do think they need this visual cue to turn in. So to me, it looks good.
Emotions, anybody? Or further comments?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Sure.
In case number 33, docket item 6, I move that the board approve the request in accordance with the site plan and staff report. Well, the revised site plan.
Good,
Yes.
thank you. Do you have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Crosby.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, sir. Good luck with it. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Good proposal. Number 7 was continued, so we're jumping now to docket number 8 with an address or case number 41 with an address of 305 West 66th Street.
This is case CD BZA 23-00041 for 305 West 66th Street. A request to approve a special exception for a side yard fence and other needed variances on about 0.2 acres generally located at 305 West 66th Street. The staff planner associated with this case is Stephanie Saldari, and the owner and applicant is Craig Strammel, excuse me, if I didn't pronounce that correctly. They are in the city council chambers. This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony, either in person to approach the microphone or to raise your hand on Zoom. As once the public testimony has begun, no further public attendees will be admitted. We've got a Brad online. I am promoting them as a panelist. Sorry, Stephanie, can you stop sharing your screen real quick? Brad has been connected.
Okay. You see anyone else out there, Anna? Nope. Okay, so Brad and Craig, please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
Yes.
Thank you. State your name again for the court reporter.
Craig Strammel.
Okay, thank you. Part of the items that we need to approve or admit for your hearing today are docket numbers 1 to 9, part of your staff report. These are general items. Can we admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a staff report by Ms. Stephanie. Please go ahead.
Right. Okay. Well, good morning. I am presenting the case for docket item number 8, CD BCA 2023-00041. It is on 305 West 66th Street, zoning district R-6, and the applicant is seeking a special exception to allow for a 6-foot fence on their side yard. So the subject site is down on southwest Kansas City, almost at the border with Kansas. So this is an overview of the site. As you can see, it's a pretty big side yard. It's on the corner lot on West 66th and Brookside Road. So this is a picture of the home currently. And the blue line represents where the fence is going to go. And that
would be their side yard. And here is another picture from a different point of view, also showing the side yard. And again, the blue line represents where the fence will go. So according to chapter 27-10, fences or walls in the side or front yard in residential property cannot be over 48 inches high. So the proposed is a 6-foot black wrought iron fence on the side yard, giving it a variance of 2 feet. And that is it. Happy to take any questions.
Anyone have any questions? Mr. Gorens?
Go back to the very first.
Yes.
Was it going all the way around to the house? The second picture didn't.
Sorry?
The show is going all the way around to the front of the house.
It looks like it, but actually like where the Ukrainian flag is, that's the front of the house. So it stops right at the side.
Anyone else? Mr. Strommel, why should we approve your case today?
Actually, in this picture, if you'll observe, our biggest obstacle, biggest reason we're applying for this is because the stone wall you see in the foreground that we want to include inside the territory of the fence, that wall, and in other pictures I had submitted, it measures about 2 feet to 2 feet 4 inches. And if a child or a dog was perhaps playing on there, they could likely get over a 4-foot fence pretty easily. And considering this is just 3, 4, maybe 4 steps away from Brookside Road, we don't want to put up a fence of that height due to safety concerns. So we're proposing that the side yard be allowed to be as high as the backyard fence. Of course, where the fence or where the cornerstone is located, it's technically part of the backyard fence, but we wouldn't want to have to put 5 or 6 feet around that area and then drop it down to 4 for the rest of the side yard. In the name of aesthetics, that's what we could do under regulations, but I don't think that would look very good. So we just ask that we be allowed to put the side yard as high as the backyard fence, so it looks congruent and uniform all the way around to the front corner of the side porch. And we have a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old, and we don't currently have a dog, but as soon as this fence goes in, we plan to get a dog.
Okay.
This is just to keep all of them safe.
And this would be on the east side of the old railroad tracks. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
And-
the trolley trail?
Yeah, the trolley.
Okay,
trail.
just so we're on
Yeah.
the same page. Gotcha, yeah.
I'm old. So, sir, the fence that we're seeing there now in the background, it looks like a wood type fence. Is that yours or is that someone else's?
The wood one going left to right is ours, and we plan to remove most, if not all of that, once this new fence is in.
Okay, got it.
And then also, if you'll see, kind of to the right of where the blue line extends toward that backyard fence, there's a small fence there now. It's a small chain link fence that has been an eyesore since we moved in there. And I recently talked to our neighbors they're adjacent to our lot, and they said the last 7 or 8 owners, they've been there since like 1953. And they said the last 7 or 8 owners have all pledged to remove that or wanted to remove it and just never did. And she's really happy and excited that we have made that pledge to replace it with something nicer. For what that's worth. I don't have that on a signed affidavit, notary or anything, but we had that conversation just the other day.
Great. And of course, wrought iron you can see through, so it's not really a
Yes.
total privacy fence. All right.
And if it helps, I can show you pictures of 2 of the cutest little kids in the world if you want to melt a little bit.
If you had the dog, we'd look at those, but since you don't have the dog, you can't. All right. Board members, any other questions of Mr. Strommel? Oh, wait, the other guy.
Public testimony for Brad, you need to swear him in.
We did.
Yeah.
I think we already did that.
Okay, thank you.
Brad, what's your testimony on this case today, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you for letting me come and speak today for you guys. I'm a property manager for Emerald Hills homeless community in the surrounding community which this home resides. Based on, if you guys can go back to the original picture for the report, that was a KC parcel viewer. And correct me if I'm wrong on this. It looks to be that the The fence on the other side of the 2-foot wall, it looks like that's going to be on the homeowner next door adjacent to. Is that the case? We don't have a site plan, but we have based on Casey parcel viewer, it looks like the property line ends in front of the wall, not behind it.
So you're saying based on parcel viewer, you believe this new fence would not fall within the property boundaries?
That is correct. Yes, and we I believe we submitted a letter to the BZA about this, but it was over the weekend. So, but on another note, just also just being in uniformity with other fences in the community and staying with the general stance of the neighborhood. We just oppose 6-foot fences on corner lots, just obstructing and changing the sight line for southbound traffic and north side road, just to be in similar architectural for other parts of the community.
So, right, so it was a little hard to hear, but one of the concerns was about the fence being over the property line, because on parcel viewer, it looks like the property line ends before the fence. And then the letter that was submitted yesterday, and it is uploaded to Compass KC. It has been notarized by the HOA. And they are just concerned because the HOA likes to keep it uniform and keep everything at the 4 feet instead of the 6 feet on the side yards. So that was basically the summary of what you said, correct, sir?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. For the property line.
And for clarification, the fence will not be able to be built on anyone else's property besides his own. Sometimes the aerial projections on parcel viewer are skewed for one reason or another, but he would only be allowed to build the fence on his property, no one else's, or public right of way.
Understood.
Go ahead. I was just going to say the objection from the homeowners association is the 6-foot height. Is that what I hear you saying?
Yes.
And did they recognize it was going to be a see-through type fence versus a?
I don't think based on the letter that was presented and created by the board, I don't believe they were aware that it was a wrought iron fence as opposed to a solid wood fence that's currently existing. They didn't clarify on it too.
All right. So it didn't say they were just opposed to the 6 foot, not necessarily the wrought iron or the stockade type fence. Okay.
That is.
Have you had any other comments from other neighbors about this fence?
Next door and across the street, they're generally in support. I don't have that notarized, but just general conversation. And then the next door neighbor, I've also had the conversation with her about the property line specifically. She's happy to get that fence out of there and we'll go straight over that. And then when it comes to the rock wall, she said, as long as we just hug that wall all the way down to where we need to toward the sidewalk, she's totally fine with that. If that is an issue.
Just want to be careful to address the homeowners association that you do put the fence on your property. And I don't know if that calls for a survey or something that you're sure about. So I'm not telling you to get a survey. I'm just saying, be careful about where you put it.
Chairman, I recommend that you admit that letter as a additional exhibit.
Okay, so that'll be exhibit number 11 on this case, and that's been admitted. That's the letter that was from the homeowners association, sir.
Excuse me, that's exhibit 10.
Or exhibit 10, sorry. Yep, exhibit 10.
And these pictures that are in here, these are all part of the PowerPoint? Because I don't see where they've been admitted.
Sorry?
The photographs of the yard with the blue lines, and those were part of your
in the staff. They're in the staff report.
Yeah, they're in the staff report as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for providing imagery. It's very helpful to see what we're actually looking at here.
Any board members?
I'll move. I move in case number 41, docket item number 8, that we grant the special exception for fence height for the proposed wrought iron non-privacy fence in this case. In accordance with the staff report, I don't know that there's a site plan in this case, but in accordance with the staff report, including the photos that outline where the fence is going to be.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Fran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Crosby,
Aye.
Betts.
Aye. Your project's approved. Good luck with it, sir. Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay. This is docket number 9, KCD BZA 2023-0047 for 204 West 52nd Street, a request to approve variances to an accessory dwelling unit plus any other necessary variances in a zoning district R10, which is residential, on about 0.8 acres, generally located at 204 West 52nd Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner attached to the case. The property owner is Butch Brigsby and the applicant is Keith Mueller. They are both online. This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on the case to please approach the microphone now or raise your hand on Zoom, as once public testimony has begun, no other panelists will be admitted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Who's going to speak on the case today, Mr. Rigby or Mr. Mueller? Before I do that, I've got to swear you in. Sorry. We each raise your right hand to be sworn. And I only see one face. Is there another one?
Up. Yeah, all right. Now the video should start.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Rigby.
All right, there we are. Sorry.
So do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
I do.
And state your name for the court reporter.
My name is Butch Rigby. Vincent Rigby.
Okay. And is Mr. Mueller online? Who's the other face?
I'm here. That's me.
Okay, thank you. And you do?
I
All
do.
right. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 as part of your case today. Do you have a problem with me admitting those for your for the case?
No objection.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Stephanie. Please tell us about the case today.
All right, so docket item number 9, CDVCA 2023-00047, located on 204 West 52nd Street, zoning R-10, and the applicant is seeking several variances to the accessory dwelling unit standards. So the subject site is located on southeastern part of Kansas City. So this is the overall view of it. As you can see over here on the circular driveway, kind of on the left-hand side, that would be the east side, is where the proposed accessory dwelling unit on top of a detached garage would go in. This is from Google Images, but here is the current home, and kind of behind the truck is where that new structure would go, and in the back is a previous detached garage that has been there for a while. So here is the overall site plan. So there is a 2-car garage on the first floor. I zoomed in to where the structure is going to go at the end of the driveway there on the left-hand side. And so this is what it will look like with a height of about 27 feet and 11 3/4 inches. And so this was from last month. They got a certificate of appropriateness. And so to the variances, the first variance is to approve the height of the accessory dwelling unit. The city code allows for up to 16 feet, and they are seeking a variance of 11 feet and 11.75 inches. There is no change to the neighborhood anticipated, and it cannot be obviated by a feasible method, just because the 16 feet does not allow for both the accessory dwelling unit and the garage. And then the second variance they're seeking is to permit the structure in the side yard. Code does not allow for accessory dwelling units on the side yard, only rear yards. And again, no, so this is a complete deviation. Again, no change to character of the neighborhood is anticipated. And it cannot be changed by the difficulty cannot be obviated by some feasible method, just because that the side yard is really like the only place where the structure will fit. That concludes my presentation.
All right. Questions of staff?
Is the existing garage being torn down?
Is it being
The
torn?
existing garage is going to be torn down and replaced with this building?
No, it's gonna stay there.
Oh, so there'll be two accessory structures right next to each other?
Yeah, well, they are 10 feet apart, with the new structure, so there'll be 3 structures total, including the home, so they will all be 10 feet apart from each other, or more than that, which is what the code says. They have to be at least 10 feet apart from each other.
And maybe the applicant can explain more. I don't really get how one garage in front of another garage or.
Yeah, well, we can let.
Okay.
Okay,
I
Mr.
also have a question about the height. What is the height of the principal structure of the house?
I'm not sure, but it is higher than the 27 feet.
Okay, that was my question. Right.
I guess to follow up on your question, Maggie, I thought we've had cases in the past where you couldn't have more than one accessory like use or detached garage on the site. Is that not case?
You can have multiple accessory structures on one lot, accessory structures on one lot, as long as they meet the regulations, implied additionally to the 10 feet between each accessory structure and the main structure.
Okay.
But isn't there also a requirement that it not be more than 600 square feet altogether, or is that per structure?
We can dig into that unless if Jared does off the top of his head.
Okay, I thought
I do happen to know it's the regulations based on 1 foot per 1 square foot per 10 square feet of the lot area. So if you have a lot that's 15,000 square feet, you can do a 1,500 square foot accessory structure, and that's per accessory structure.
Okay, so they meet that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And excuse me, Board Member Mixdorf, there is a limitation on how many accessory buildings can be on one lot. There's a certain percentage. I'm going to pull it up right now.
I have a question too. It looked like it was going to be above a living space. Is that true?
Yes, it's going to be a 2-car detached garage with the accessory dwelling unit on top of it.
Past city ordinances in the fall or so to allow ADUs.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
In a couple of cases of it.
I could chime in to clarify my mistake. There is a total combined footprint for all detached accessory buildings. It may not exceed 40% of the rear yard. So there's that, but I do believe this accessory structure is technically in the side yard.
Yes.
So, which is a variance being requested.
All right, Mr. Rigby, why should we approve your case today, sir?
Okay, thank you. Well, this is to answer the original question that I heard about where it sits and how it relates to the other garage. The original carriage house for this property was built in 1910, and they kind of modified it over the years. And some years ago, right prior to my ownership of the property, I bought it in 2007, there was an application that had been approved for this big tear down the original carriage house, build this big kind of an L-shaped structure to get sufficient garage space, lawnmower space, things like that. I was not interested in that because I was not interested in tearing down an historic part of the original property. So over the years, we have utilized the original carriage house, which sits on the back of the property. It's pretty tight, pretty small, for vehicles, lawn equipment, things like that. So we have proposed building a 2-car carriage style house on the the west side of our property. We've located it so that it is an appropriate distance away from the other carriage house. It's actually 30 or 40 feet away, and it's on the side of that yard there. And we also did not want it to exceed the front line of our house so that it would have an appropriate layout on the lot. The reason we're doing an upstairs unit, it will not be a rental unit or Airbnb or anything like that. The nature of garages in the Countryside Neighborhood Association, and we're on the historic register, is carriage house style garages. And the Landmarks Commission is always very concerned that if you build a short, small unit, you'll look more like a shed and you'll be out of character with the rest of the neighborhood. So they have pretty routinely insisted upon carriage house style units. And that typically has a small unit above. We would utilize that unit for kind of an extra storage space. My wife would use it as kind of an art space up there to, work on projects, things like that. But it's certainly not going to be used as a rental house. That is, we wanted it to look in scale. Our house is 3 stories tall. It's a pretty large house. The lot is 3/4 of an acre, and it's a very long lot. It goes from 52nd Street straight back 150 feet or so. And they're correct. There is no space. The house sits pretty close to the back lot line, as does the original carriage house. So really the only appropriate space was on the west. We're building this so that in the style of 1910, we're going to use real stone on the bottom level. I'm going to use the old style stucco method upstairs. I'm going to match the roof line, match the roof color, the things that the Landmarks Commission had requested of us. And then the practical, matter is that the garage will be a little longer, more appropriate for modern cars today. And so, if I were to, I can't comply anywhere else on placement of the unit. This was laid out and determined to be the very best and really only appropriate place to put it. And then as far as the height goes, again, I need to keep the Landmarks Commission happy. And also personally, I'm always pretty conscientious of, how these structures affect the rest of the neighborhood and the rest of the property. And the height would be much more in scale. It'll actually be shorter than the original old carriage house in the back. And it will be certainly in a scale that's very appropriate to the house itself.
Thank you. Rigby, that neighborhood is very, very adamant about how they feel about things. Any opposition to your proposal?
No, not to my knowledge. And I've discussed it with several neighbors, and we've all, talked about it, and everybody is in agreement that it is a very appropriate and looks like part of the original type structure. And, several other carriage houses have built in the neighborhood, and they've all been, room above style. There's one about a block and a half away. I'm sure you guys approved about 2 years ago, but there are several in the neighborhood. But no, I've had nothing but positive comments.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
I appreciate you taking the time and effort to make it match the existing character of the home. So thank you for going through that process.
Yeah, no, I love doing that kind of thing.
That's not Millie Paxton's old house, is it?
No. Paxton's house was up on Loose Park at about on the west side of Luce Park. This was a Mr. Delaney. He lived here from the time he was age 12 to the time he was age 75. And I did have the honor of bringing him back through the house to let him see it. It had sunk about 6 inches, so I had to spend a substantial amount of time raising it. But no, I'm the second owner in about 70 years.
Thank you, sir. I've seen some of your homes, maybe 53rd Terrace. We call it the sheep house. So I was concerned that your new one might look like that one, but it doesn't.
No, it'll look, I'm going to go, one of my demolition contractors is saving stone for me whenever he tears the house down, so I can use original rough cut stone on the bottom layer to match the house.
Perfect. All right, board members, any other comments, questions, motions?
I'd offer a motion.
Thank you.
In case number 47, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
The motion, do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you from Miss Moran, I think. I didn't, Miss Crosby. Thank you. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Yes.
Fran,
Aye.
Nixdorf,
Aye.
Crosby,
Aye.
Kibitz.
Aye. Your project's approved. Butch, good luck with it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
All right.
We'll move on to docket item number 10. This is case CD BZA 2023-00052 for 2901 Home Street. This is a request to approve a lot width and area variances to the zoning and development code in order for the subject site to be subdivided in zoning districts B4-5, which is a commercial zoning district, and R2.5, which is residential, on about 0.45 acres of land generally located at the southeast corner of Home Street and East 29th Street. Jared Clements is the staff planner attached to this case. The property owner is Carlton Properties LLC, with the applicant being Robert Young. If you are in attendance, please raise your hand on Zoom or approach the microphone. Also, if you are a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on this case, please make yourself known now. Raise your hand on Zoom or approach the microphone in the city council chambers, as once public testimony begins, no other panelists will be admitted. Mr. Chair, no one is raising their hand on Zoom or approach the microphone, including the applicant or property owner. Is there anyone else?
Mr. Young, are you out in the audience someplace? Not in this audience, but in the Zoom audience?
I don't see him online. Perhaps we move on to the next case
Sure.
for now and
Maybe you can contact him.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. So we've got applicant number 11, or excuse me, docket item number 11. This is case CD BZA 2023-00053 for 3841 Forest Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to the residential parking limitation standards, plus any other necessary variances in the R-5 zoning district, which is residential zoning district, on about 0.13 acres, generally located at 3841 Forest Avenue. The property owner is a trust company, with the applicants being Sarah Ladd from Elevate Design Build. I assume they have approached the microphone. That's Sarah. And this is a reminder for anyone else who is a part of the applicant team who wishes to provide public testimony, or any members of the public who wish to provide public testimony on this case, to raise your hand on Zoom or approach the microphone to be sworn in. Once public testimony has commenced, no other panelists will be admitted. Mr. Chair, no one else has raised their hand on Zoom and no one else has approached the microphone.
Okay. Let's get you sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? And could you state your name?
I do, Sarah Ladd.
Thank you.
I do, Sean Flanemeyer.
Thank you, Sarah and Sean. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that are associated with your case. Do I have your permission to admit those? Okay, great. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Clemens on your case. Jared, please tell us all about it.
Sure thing. Let me know if you can see both screens.
Yes.
Fantastic. Docket item number 11 is case number CDBZA 2023-53 located at 3841 Forest Avenue, zoning district R5. Applicant in this case is seeking approval of variances to the residential parking and loading standards in order to build a concrete driveway that will lead to a proposed accessory structure. Location of the subject site, it's kind of in the midtown area of the city. More specifically, it's at the northeast corner of Forest Avenue and East 39th Street. You can see the site on the screen there. So this is the site plan provided by the applicant. There are two variances requested in this case, one having to do with the level of impervious surface coverage in the street side yard, and the other having to do with the driveway width at the property line. So the case factors for the first variance, it's a 10-foot variance to the residential driveway width maximum of 22 feet for a total of 32 feet at the property line. Variances for 10 feet, as mentioned. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. Variance B, it's a 104 square foot variance to the street side yard percentage pavement requirement of 375 square feet for a total of 479 square feet in this circumstance. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated by change in design. I will also mention that there seems to have been an issue at the Register of Deeds on this property. The property owner is the applicant group. It's listed differently on the docket. I did receive a title this morning proving that the applicant team does own the property. With that, I will conclude my presentation. We have to answer any questions you might have about the case.
Anyone have a question of Mr. Clemens? You're asking for a lot of variances here. Why should we approve these? Who wants to speak on the case?
The request for the variance comes from the homeowner that anticipates to purchase this home. This home is under contract currently, and the request comes from the safety factor of backing out of that driveway onto 39th Street, which is a heavily traveled street. Could you pull up our presentation? Okay, he has it here. If you notice on the screen here, we're not going to extend the driveway all the way through to the street as if to pull up or allow additional parking, off-street parking, more of so to back out of the garage into that space and then turn forward into the street. There'll be approximately a 6-foot gap between the neighboring property to the east. And then there will be a space between the sidewalk and this additional driveway that'll be grass as well.
So did I hear you saying that there will be no overnight parking on this driveway?
Correct. They could park in the driveway in front of the garage, which is acceptable parking, but it's not designed for additional parking. It could have been met. This requirement could have been met with 7 additional feet, but then they would end up backing into the grass. And while not displayed here on screen, we are going to add a retaining wall to help the neighbor. We've had some sewer issues as well. We're replacing a retaining wall that will start at the east side of that garage, turning an L back to the north. So ultimately, the purpose is to just provide additional safety when pulling on 39th Street.
Right.
I have a question. How do other people back onto that street currently? I do know that 39th is very busy, even trying to not back onto it. So what is the condition of the other properties along there?
Good question. The neighbor, John, to the east of that property, they have an access point to the rear yard.
Oh, okay.
So they have the ability to turn around, even though it's kind of hard to see near that detached garage. There's additional space back there. And the same would go with the house down the street.
So it looks like others have a longer run where they have that access. Okay.
Any neighbor opposition?
No.
I drive 39th Street and I pity you guys getting out. It's tough.
A challenging location to build at.
Yes.
We are excited to be in Squire Manor, and we have also built a home that's to the north of this property as well, and have a good relationship with the neighborhood and Howard Townsend, which previously owned the lot.
Are you going to be living in the home, either of you two?
No,
Okay.
we're the builder, and it's sold to younger couple that's lives near the area.
I would normally not be in favor of additional paving. I like to reduce impervious when possible, but I do understand the challenge of trying to back out into 39th because it is so consistently busy, and just the kind of safety that could be associated with trying to back out onto that.
If I could, I think I mentioned this, but we can make it happen with 7 feet, but in my experience outside of this specific case, what ends up happening is people just start driving in the grass, and I don't want to drive by 39th and Forest myself and see mud, and they'll turn it into whatever use they want. So that's why we're asking for the additional space.
And then the rest of the lot would just be grass or some other impervious material. This would be the only kind of space that would be impervious.
On the south side of this location, we actually have an extensive landscaping plan, not just your typical sod. My hope is that this is an icon on 39th and Forest as people drive through.
Thank you.
Right. Else?
I'll make a motion. In case number 53, docket item number 11, I move that the board grant the requested variances in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
Have a motion. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Anna?
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Crosby,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it.
Thank you very
Sure.
much.
Okay.
Do we know about Mr. Young, or did you hear? Anybody here?
We have not heard back from that particular applicant. We can take a break for lunch. Connor? It's fine. So we can take a break now. if
Okay,
we
so
need.
we'll break for 30 minutes or so. Yeah, thank you.
That's the board's choice.
Yeah. Ready?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Is that okay with you? Or do you, okay, as long as staff's okay. All right, perfect. We'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Oh, and USB.
All right.
Wait for Tom.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I can, well, I'll be controlling.
Ready? Welcome back to the afternoon session of the Board of Zoning Adjustment for June 13th, 2023.
Okay, we're going for docket item number 12, case CD BZA 2023-00055 for 1614 Summit Street. This is a request to approve variances to the infill lot and building standards and the accessory dwelling unit standards, plus any other necessary variances in an R 2.5 zoning district, which is residential on about 0.2 acres, generally located at 1614 Summit Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner attached to the case. The property owner is Don Clausen, with the applicant of Dennis. I'm sorry, I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name because I fear I will butcher it, but he is present in the city council chambers. Don is also online. I'm promoting them. This is the opportunity for anyone else, a part of the applicant or ownership team, to make yourself known now so we can admit you and provide public testimony. Please approach the microphone if you're in the city council chambers. Once public testimony has begun, no other panelists will be admitted. Mr. Chair, no one else has raised their hand online or approached the microphone in the city council chambers. Don is connected.
Great. Don and Dennis, please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
Do.
And please state your name, Dennis.
Dennis O'Rourke.
Thank you. And Don?
Yes, Don Clausen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Dennis, I'm assuming you're going to speak on the case today?
I think you both would like to speak. Yep.
Thank you. There's a list of administrative exhibits we must admit before we can hear your case, are labeled 1 to 9, found on page 4 of your staff report. Can we admit those? Okay, thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Stephanie. Thank you.
All right, well, good afternoon. So we got docket item number 12, CD BZA 2023-00055, located on 1614 Summit Street, zoned R-6. And the applicant is seeking approval of a height and width variance for, in addition to the main building, their home, and a height and size variance to the detached garage with an accessory dwelling unit above it, plus any other needed variances. All right, so subject site is like middle eastern part of Kansas City, right southeast of downtown. Here is a view. It is west of Summit Street and south of West 16th Street. So this is from Google Images. Here is the current home. And then where that big tree is where the addition will be, and also behind the home. And so this is kind of like a side view, because it used to be 2 lots and then now it's 1, and the owner owns both lots. So here is the site plan. The gray is all the existing structures. So as you can see, the home is going to be extended here to the side, north of the home. And it'll be a total of about 42 feet. And then there's going to be a 3-story addition to the back of the house. And then in the rear yard will be the detached garage with the accessory dwelling unit. And now we go on to the variances. So also, just to let you guys know, there were some last minute changes. So the staff report is gonna show up different than what I have on here today. So the first variance request is a variance of 10 feet to the allowed building width to permit the building width of 44 feet. And there is going to be a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood because this is an infill lot. So only about, to explain it, due to the context area with all the homes, the max width allowed is 34 feet and the proposal is 44 feet. So it does go against infill standards. The second variance is a 10-foot variance to the maximum height of the building. So with infill, they are allowed 24 feet of max height plus 6 additional feet depending on the roof pitch. And so it would total about 30 feet, but they are requesting a 40-foot height. And so this will also create a change to the neighborhood since it does go against the infill residential context area. The next variance is 8 feet to the allowed additional dwelling unit height to permit a 24-foot height structure. So again, the ADU permitted height is 16 feet, but they are putting a garage and the ADU above it. And of course, the 16 feet is not enough for both of those. And no substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. And then the last variance is a variance of 270 square feet to the footprint of the detached garage with an ADU above it to permit 1,070 square feet on the subject side. So according to Chapter 88, 30502D, the building footprint of a detached accessory garage may be up to 800 square feet or 1 square foot of building footprint area for each 10 square feet of lot area, whichever is greater. So the 800 square feet is greater, but they want it to be a little bigger. But again, it does not, no substantial change to the neighborhood is anticipated. And that is the end of my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Stephanie. Board members, any questions for staff? All right. Mr. Dennis, there's quite a lot of variances you need here. Tell us why we should grant those.
Okay, we'll have a presentation put together for you on that end, but just leading off, I think it's a good project and it's making good use of space with regard to density of the urban fabric. While Stephanie loads that, I'll mention one thing. It's actually on the west side of Kansas City between downtown and the West Bottoms. Kind of a unique neighborhood.
That PowerPoint will be admitted as Exhibit 10. Thank you.
The area is known as West Side, and one. So this is a view from the KC Parcel Viewer app. You can see that it's actually a double lot. So years past, there was another structure on the empty side of this parcel. You can see even from this map here, there's an old driveway coming from the back alley that would serve that house. In pictures you see coming up, you'll see that there's an actual, not a curb cut, but a sidewalk cut in the retaining wall in that other lot as well. So at some point there was two structures here. Now there's one. We're expanding, but overall we're probably going to have less development than what was there previously, or what could be there if you treated it as a separate lot. Go ahead, next page. Just a front view showing this is a very old structure. It's from the 1880s. It's got a very iconic feel to it. It's kind of a sister property, if you will, with the one right next to it. And just off the view here is another old property probably from the same era. So you've got this fabric of older homes that kind of make a nice statement. I mean, you don't get that very often in residential districts. Good, next page. I still didn't quite get enough here, leading you down the frontage of this street, but this begins to show the empty lot in the foreground. You can see the survey stake there, right by that sidewalk cut there that I mentioned in the retaining wall. At some point in the rear, somebody put on an addition. Actually, I think it's two additions in the rear. They weren't done very well, so we're planning to take that off. And so we get this conundrum of how do we develop this property and be sensitive to the existing architecture, the existing fabric of the neighborhood. And this is looking from the back. You can see in the foreground is the driveway from the old house that was on the now vacant lot. And you can start to see the addition in the rear. It doesn't really marry up very well to the original 1880s architecture. Even further, two different types of siding in the back, two different roofs. So taking that off, and you can see they're parking just on a concrete pad right now. So hence the desire for a garage. They're also relocating, my clients are relocating from the West Coast. So the plan is, while this project is underway, that they will reside in the accessory dwelling unit while the existing house is gutted and redone. Okay, so going back to the site itself, we're trying to maintain that feel of the front and honor the existing architecture of that 1880s structure by keeping everything as far to the rear as we can with the new construction. We feel like that way we won't either dominate the existing house or any of the houses next to it. So again, trying to be sensitive. And of course, the ADU in the garage is toward the back. Next one, please. So just going through our variance requests, the building width on the house, you can see here, there's only so much space you can build on when you're trying to do a garage and in addition to the home. And the closer we get to the garage, the more the proportions will be out of whack. So it's only natural that we go out to the side. Now, if we had another structure on that vacant lot, it would be more dense in nature. The overall character of the neighborhood would change. And it would just be more clutter, if you will. Go to the next one there. And you can see I outlined in red here how that could look with its own structure, with its own garage. So I feel like we're being more compact and we're being more sensitive to the environment that way. A little more. Okay. Next one is the building height on the house itself. Kind of goes along with what I just said, more compact. I know some, I don't know if it's the case for Kansas City, but I know some municipalities around are pretty sensitive to stormwater. So we have more green space here. Just keeping open visual channels in the neighborhood, more sight lines, which is, I believe, a good thing. One more. We also took a survey, just our own little survey, nothing official, but we looked around at the existing 3-story houses in the neighborhood. I mentioned it's eclectic. You can see from this map, the size of the properties is very well varied. And then you've got quite a few existing houses that are 3 stories in nature already, or at least a couple of them might be 2.5. We're not really sure how to consider a couple of them. But then in the upper right and the lower left, those are actually 3-story multifamily that were done in the recent past. So we feel like that's kind of implicit, and the conventional building standards allow up to 40 feet, which is why I asked for that overall height. So we feel that's kind of implicit that the city in general feels that 3-story residential construction is acceptable in this zoning classification.
What is the blue one on that map?
The blue one is one that gives you the appearance of 2 stories, a very tall 2 stories, which probably exceeds the height limitations, and another frontage. It gives you the sense that it's at least 2.5, if not 3 stories.
Thank you for the clarification.
I'm trying to be, trying to be as upfront and transparent as possible here with how we're considering this stuff and not snowing anybody. Next one, please. And you can scroll through these fairly fast. This is just a kind of a collage of the existing houses in the neighborhood that were highlighted in green on that previous slide. A lot of different styles, very eclectic mix of houses here. It's a great neighborhood for that reason, I believe. Kind of jealous. Those are the multifamily ones I mentioned. So the purple outline here is the area we're proposing to do the 3rd story. It's towards the back. A lot of those pictures that we just scrolled through, you actually had to look closely with a trained eye to see that 3rd story on a lot of them because they were towards the back. So we're kind of emulating a lot of what's done already in the neighborhood by being sensitive, minimizing the overlap with adjacent houses, and just making that 3rd story a little harder to see from the street. So, now the garage building height, I think you heard a case already this morning that talked about that with an ADU on top. It's great that the city is considering allowing ADUs now. I think there is one possibly misconnection in the code. If you go to the next page. So detached structures are allowed to be 16 feet in height if it's a garage. Then later in that section or further down that article anyway, you get the section that says that accessory dwelling units may be in the same building as the garage. What you don't get is a connection back acknowledging that the ADU may be on top. And I believe that's a missed connection that could be improved there. And once you put the ADU on top, the 16-foot no longer works. I believe the ADU on top is a great way of handling it. It's a very common way of handling it, and it minimizes the footprint overall. And then I believe the last variance we were asking for is really a 3-part variance. So apologies if I went about this the wrong way. Go ahead and next slide on that. It's really 3 things in one. It's the garage footprint. I believe Stephanie said earlier that we're limited to 800 feet. We're actually not. The site itself, if you consider the double lot, is 9,240 square feet. So we'd be allowed 924 square feet for the garage. What's different about our garage and ADU than what you might have heard in other cases is that we have an interior stairway. That tends to add on a decent chunk of square footage. And that's mainly because the primary property owner is going to be living in it for probably about a year. And so everything's kind of contained. They have a way to get to their garage from where their living quarters are. The ADU footprint, if we go by the code, is going to make for a very small accessory dwelling unit, 660 square feet or thereabouts. Most 1-bedroom apartments are in the range of 750 square feet. So, and that's really a lot of times for one person. Now we have 2 living in this. So that obviously why we want a little more square footage there. And then the floor area is the same thing. So we got footprint and floor area that are really almost one and the same argument. Next one, please. That's it. Okay. So I feel like, we've got some, I can't sell you on the idea that we have a hardship, but I can sell the idea that from an architectural perspective, I believe there's some practical difficulties here with both the building width and the height and keeping things compact, as well as especially keeping things sensitive to the current fabric and the old house. Yeah. So I believe it's a good project and benefits the neighborhood. It speaks to the purposes of the zoning code with health, safety, welfare, property values, and reuse of older structures and that kind of thing. Don, did you have anything that you'd like to add to that?
Well, thank you all for listening and considering the variances. I think that you covered everything. It was just so important to us to maintain the integrity of the neighborhood. And we really did work for months to provide something that we thought would be good for the overall neighborhood and for us to take advantage of this amazing part of Kansas City.
Thank you. Board members,
you
any
very much.
questions of the applicants?
I was just curious, do you have any elevations available?
Not on my thumb drive, and not that would be helpful to anybody.
Okay.
We took it as far enough as we felt comfortable with, not knowing if we would be approved, and I'm working hourly, so don't want to waste anybody's money.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. Yep. What kind of materials are you going to be using on the new structure?
So we're going to use at least some amount of brick to match up with the existing house. I'm a big proponent of making it feel like a family, even if the addition doesn't toe the line of what the 1880s architecture was. So we'll have at least some of that, and then there'll be some type of probably hardy panel, either lap or shingle or things of that nature. Nothing crazy.
Are you going to firewires the front and white off, or are you going to leave it?
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing.
The white on the paint? I mean, on the brick?
Oh, the paint. Well, the owner would actually like to kind of mimic that whitewash
Why? Okay.
treatment. That I don't know that the original treatment's whitewash, but it kind of comes off like that.
Thank you.
Do you have any comments from the neighbors? Usually the West Side Neighborhood Association is pretty vocal or present at these meetings, and I didn't see them here. So I was curious if there's been any commentary.
Yeah. We have not. We did talk with the neighbors and wanted to make sure that if they had any input or comments that they could provide them to us. And obviously we posted the notice that this was taking place, and the letters went out. And I think it does speak to how hard we work to really tie this into the neighborhood. But so we did not have any input from the neighborhood association or our direct neighbors.
And Don, you're going to be living in the home, sir? Or are you doing this as a spec?
That's right. Oh, no, this is home. We are living in the house now, and we'll continue to do so. Probably spend about half our time in Kansas City and the other half here in California.
Thank you.
A question for staff. Mr. O'Rourke said that that they really have a right to 900 some square feet for the accessory structure. Do you have a comment on that?
No, just it was either 800 square feet or the 10 square feet per, I forgot, but whichever is greater. And so he said the 910 square feet is greater. So yeah.
Okay, so you agree with his analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And will that be revised in your staff report? Because that revises the amount of variance, right?
Yeah, the staff report says 800 square feet. But in the disposition letter, it'll be the 900 square feet will be stated on there. All will be updated.
So our variance we're granting will be less.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So what would be the overall height? I was like, variance B was a 10-foot height. What does that make that overall structure?
Well, I'll be honest, the height that I'm looking at right now is around 36 feet ish. Now I do hope to get some clarification on how that's calculated. There's a diagram in the zoning code that's not quite clear when you have a gable front. So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to, so I went toward the peak, the underside of the peak. But I also asked for a little bit more because we are early in design, and as an architect that's been in the industry for a while, things tend to change on you. And so I'm building in a little margin there. I just chose 40 because that aligns with the conventional standards for R 2.5.
Is the concern that we would be maybe higher than the other homes in the neighborhood, or if there's a concern?
I guess that's where my question stemmed from, just as the
Sure.
context of the rest of the row, how that may kind of pop up behind it or what that would look like.
And thank you. I do, we certainly would not be taller than the other surrounding the condominium complex across the street or the furthest house on the corner, which is 3-story. I have not measured them, but I know that we took that into our discussions, and we don't want to stand out. We want to do just the opposite. Yeah, I hope that makes sense.
And board member Mixdorf, for some clarification, the apartment complex or condo association across the street is not considered in the infill residential context area. So that height is not comparable. But due to the nature of the request and the additional height, Stephanie can correct me if I'm wrong, it will be higher than the surrounding buildings, correct?
Yes, so for infill, the context area is any residential homes within 200 feet of the subject site on the same block face. So any homes across the street doesn't count toward the context area. So technically, the addition on the back will be higher than the home next to it, directly next to it.
Can I interject something real quick? The interesting thing about the zoning code for infill is for some limitations, it goes by the context area, which is at 200 square foot or 200 foot radius. But for this particular item, the building height, it's the two houses or the houses on either side of you. So it's even more limiting. I think within the context area, there is one house that is the 3-story house. It's just a unique area because of its height and sitting between two great areas to look at. So people like to get the views. If we were a few houses down, we'd have a 3-story house beside us. And I think by the code, we'd be allowed a 3rd story without a variance.
All right.
I will say this, if I may, that I will assure you that it is our goal to work with the neighborhood and make sure that we create a home that fits in to this. It's an amazing area, and we're really excited about being there. I appreciate you considering the variances, and we will be very considerate when we're building.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen.
Thank you.
There's some changes to the variances, correct? Was it variance A or B that's changing?
Both A and B, and technically, I think it's D, the one about the square footage.
Anybody?
I'd like to say that I think it's great that you're picking Kansas City, and welcome. It's approved.
Thank you very much. It's a great city. Thank you.
Stephanie, do you have the numbers for just because we've had a lot of discussion here, make sure our variance numbers are correct? I mean, like on A, it says 6'3". Do you know what that will change?
Oh, so yes, on the staff report, yeah, it says 6'3", but with the new proposed height is a 10-foot variance.
Okay, so that
Stephanie,
one
can you
goes
put your
up to 10.
PowerPoint slides back up? Maybe that'll help the visual representation.
So width, okay, so this is the height. So yeah, so it's proposed at 40 feet and then the variance would be 10 feet because with the infill residential standards, they are allowed a total of 30 feet.
A is the width.
A is the width,
It's a
yes.
6'3" but it's changing to 10, you said?
Yes, because they are allowed a max of 34 feet of width and they are proposing 44 feet.
Then B changes from 12 feet to what?
It changed from, well, now it's also 10 feet. A 10-foot variance.
And C is the same, and then D changes to,
Yes, C is the same and D changed just now. So it'll be about 170 square feet, a little less than that.
46,
146 square feet. So that variance is smaller.
are we ready?
Yeah, I think we're
I'll-
ready. I don't think anybody's got anything else. So
Okay, I move that case number 55, docket item 12. The board grant the variances requested with the changes that we just discussed to variances A, B, and D. And everything else in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Yes. Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorence. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Extorf,
Opposed.
Crosby.
Aye.
Is that an aye?
Yes.
It's an aye. Ebbets,
Aye. Your motion is approved. Or your project.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
we've got docket item number 13 for CD BZA 2023-00056 for 5700 Central Street. This is a request to approve a height variance to a detached garage plus any other necessary variances on about 0.3 acres, generally located at 5700 Central Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner attached to the case. Same girl, I did the same thing. The applicant is Michael Bleckage. They are online. Property owners Suzanne and Jeffrey Fox. And John Wind is also a part of the applicant team. This is a reminder for those online or in the city council chambers. If you wish to provide public testimony on this case, please raise your hand now on Zoom or approach the microphone. As once the public testimony has begun, no further participants will be admitted. So for public testimony, we have a Natalie. Everyone has been admitted online. No one approaches the microphone in the city council chambers, Mr. Chair.
All right. Miss Natalie, can you turn on your microphone and camera, please? See her?
It's in the upper right-hand corner.
Oh. There she is. Good. Hi.
Hello.
Thank you. So let's have everyone raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do. Yes.
So please state your name for the court reporter, each one individually. Go ahead. Let's start with Natalie.
Natalie Bonebreak, and I do.
Thank you. Next.
Michael Blackledge, I do.
Thank
John.
you.
John Wind, I do.
Great. Thank you. Who's going to be speaking on the case? Who's the representative? Michael, thank you, Michael.
I'll be the primary speaker, yes.
Okay, great, sir. Thank you. Mr. Blackledge, there is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9, which are found on page 3 of your staff report for today. Can we admit those to hear your case today, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Miss Stephanie again. So let's hear what you have to say. Thank you.
All right, so we got docket item number 13, CDBZA 2023-00056. Location 5700 Central Street. It is zoned R-6, but it's also in the Warnell Homestead Overlay District. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the height of a detached garage. So the subject site is Southeast Kansas City. Here is an overview on Central Street and 57th Street. So this is the existing detached garage. It will be demolished and replaced with the new proposed garage. This is a view of the main house. And another view of the main house from the front. All right, so here is the site plan. So over here in the gray is where the existing garage sits. It will be demolished and rebuilt, just a little bigger, but still in compliance to the code as far as square footage. And they are seeking the height variance. So city code measures height from the base to the midpoint of the roof. And so that is just under 16 feet, which is what is allowed. However, the Warnell Homestead Overlay measures height from the base to the very top of the roof. And so that gives it about 20 feet and 10 inches. And that is why they are seeking the variance today. Here is another view of the garage. It will be a 3-car garage. And so the variance would be about 4 feet, 10 inches. No substantial change is anticipated to the character of the neighborhood, and difficulty cannot be obviated by change in design or another method, just because the proposed height and change in design of the new detached garage, they do match the architectural structure of the existing home. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Michael, why should we grant your variance request today, sir?
Good afternoon. As Stephanie mentioned, owners would like to demo the existing garage and provide a new one, and for achieve two main goals. One is it's not currently wide enough to functionally be used for 3 cars. So they are proposing to add about 3.5 feet, and that would extend to the east. The west wall of the garage would stay essentially where it's currently at. And as they're doing so, they also want to provide a garage that's more in line with the architectural character of the existing house. So you can see from the elevations we provided and the photos of the existing house, the intent is to use stucco veneer with the timber trim in the same style as the existing house. And then we're also using the same roof slope so that the new garage also matches the existing main house. And that ends up resulting in a ridge height that is higher than 16 feet, as Stephanie mentioned, and as seen on the elevations, which in the overlay district is measured to the ridge rather than the midpoint, which is the reason why we're seeking a variance. But in order to match the existing architectural style and character, we believe that it's a fitting solution, and as such would warrant a variance in this instance. I'm happy to entertain any specific questions about the project.
Have you received any comments from your neighbors or from the owner's neighbors?
Not that I've been made aware of.
So do you access the new garage off the alleyway or is that off the street, sir?
Off of the 57th Street to the north, there's a curb cut in the northwest corner of the property, and the driveway heads south, and the 3 garage doors will be on the north wall of the garage, which is where they currently are.
How big is the curb cut? About
At my scale, I'd say 12, 13 feet.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's right.
Natalie, are you here for support or opposition?
Well, this is the first I'm hearing about it. I'm their neighbor directly to the south of them. And they had the sign posted for a day. And so we were kind of concerned because we heard through the block that they were requesting a new garage. I have a very small backyard and I was concerned about them going higher and blocking a lot of our natural light. And if they were encroaching on the lot line, we have a 4-foot retaining wall that we just replaced. And we were concerned about kind of the structural integrity of that wall if they were to start building. So that was my husband and I's concern.
After hearing the comments, what are you?
It is a little higher than I think we would like, and there are windows that appear like it's an ADU type structure. So it'd be like somebody was living and looking out into my backyard. So I'm a little hesitant about it. The height isn't as tall as I thought it was going to be. But I am concerned about how close they are getting, and with all the windows in that drawing that would be facing into my backyard.
Can we offer a clarification to your concern? The windows that are shown in the drawing are windows that are actually on the north side of the garage, so they look to the north, and we do not intend to have any windows looking into your yard on the south side of the structure. So we could offer a window in the gable end, but it would be over the stairwell, and no one could practically look out of it and look into your yard. They'd be standing inside the space and looking through the window pretty much on a horizontal level. So I don't think you'd perceive much privacy invasion on that with that window.
Okay. Well, that was our biggest concern, was the height. Understood. And
yeah. And to address your concern about the location on the site, the south face, the closest face of the structure to the south property line will still be 6 feet off the property line. And zoning would allow us to go up to 1 1/2 feet off the property line. So we're still a fair distance away in relative terms. No, the homeowners, they want to be a good neighbor. They're new to the neighborhood. They moved from the East Coast. They're making a substantial investment into the interior of the house. And the garage, we did an analysis on it and just determined it was not cost effective to remodel it. And even if they were to remodel the existing garage, they still can't fit 3 cars in it. It's just a few feet short. And understandably so, cars have grown over time. So our intention is to make it a standard 3-car garage size. So that adds about 3 feet, 3.5 feet to the east end of the garage, and then adjust the roof slope so that architecturally it's more compatible with the historic nature of the existing house.
Is there any living space above the garage, sir?
There is space above the garage. It's not intended for a dwelling unit. It's just extra space. There is not a kitchen in it. There'll probably be like maybe a little coffee bar type thing and a refrigerator, but they do not intend to, they don't have any desire to lease the space out or, any type of rental apartment.
Thank you. Any other comments you received from neighbors, sir, when the signs went up, other than Miss Natalie's right now?
Not that we've heard.
Mr. Nguyen, are you the architect? Aren't you the architect here?
Both Michael Blackledge and I. Michael's our project manager. He's an architect, and I'm the principal in charge. Yes, sir.
Thank you, John.
Yes.
And Miss Stephanie, this would have been allowed without a variance. It had not been for the rural overlay. Is that what I hear you saying?
Correct.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions of the applicant or staff? If not,
I'm moving case number 56, docket item number 13, that we grant the variance requested in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Stiller, or I'm so sorry, Mixdorf,
Aye.
Crosby. Aye. Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it and welcome the neighbors from the East Coast. Thank you.
Certainly will. Thank you for your consideration. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
Moving on to docket item number 14. We have case CD BZA 2023-00058 for 801 Northwest 108th Street. This is a request to approve a variance to the size of a wall sign on about 39.2 acres, generally located at 801 Northwest 108th Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. The owner is an LLC and the applicant is Joe Tyndall from A Sign Company. I assume.
Hi, I'm Alex Myers. Joe Tyndall is the founder and president of Grandmark Signs. I am the chief operating officer. He wanted to be here today, but he actually had a trip already scheduled at the time this meeting came.
Thank you.
You're the property owner?
I'm the general manager, Phil Zems, and run the day-to-day operations there. Been there 9 years.
We need a affidavit.
Yes. So did they tell you that they were going to be in attendance today?
Yes, Joe Tyndall had told me that Phil Zems was going to be in attendance today. Oh, you're Phil. I'm
Yes.
sorry. I must have misheard the name. I heard Paul. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Are we good?
You accept that?
Okay. Please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Oh, do we have anyone in the audience?
Oh, yeah, excuse me. So this is the opportunity for anyone who is a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on this case to raise their hand on Zoom now or attend or approach the microphone. No one else has raised their hand online and no one else appears in the chambers.
Let's get you both sworn in. Raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today? Please state your name and I do, I don't. Yeah.
Alexander Myers, and I do.
Thank you, Alex.
Phil Zems, I do.
Thank you. As part of your case today, we have a list of administrative exhibits, usually labeled 1 to 9. I'm trying to get to those now. And they are 1 to 9. And do you have any problem with us admitting those for your case today?
No.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a staff report by Mr. Tomlin. Connor, please take it away.
Just a moment. Can you all see that on the screen? Okay. So I've got CD BZA 2023-00058 at 801 Northwest 108th Street. The zoning is R80. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the size of a wall sign on about 39.2 acres, generally located at 801 Northwest 108th Street. to aid in visibility to vehicles passing the property along US 169 highway. So this is the general location of the site up there in the Northland along 169. This is a closer view. On the left, you have the entire property. And then on the right-hand side is the specific building on this property that will be having the sign. And the sign will be on that southeast corner of the building facing out towards US 169. This is the sign proof that was submitted. This is what the variance is for today. It's only one variance to the size. A wall sign for institutional and office use in a residential zone cannot exceed 20 square feet. The proposed is 60.5 square feet larger than that 20 square feet. In other words, a 303% increase to the allowable maximum size. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Board members, any questions of staff, Connor, or anyone?
I have a question. So if it wasn't in a residential zone, what would the sign limit be?
Sign limit would be 10% of the facade.
Okay, thank you.
The facade size is actually, it's 1,125 square feet. So the sign that we're proposing basically essentially would be permitted in any other business or commercial districts because it does meet within that parameter of within 10% of the facade face, which is the reason that we came up with that size for that reason.
All right. Any other questions of staff? All right. Either Alex or Phil, who's ever speaking, please tell us why we should grant your request today.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you guys for hearing us out today. So like the planner said, this is located on a very large span of property. It's almost 40 acres. And while it is residential, the north and east side of the property is completely surrounded by highway. So the area that we're proposing a sign to be on actually within, I did like a 300 foot radius around the property line. The only area that would be impacted by having a sign would be the actual 69 highway as well as frontage road. The 20 square foot sign limitations that it currently has in place would mean that the largest sign letter height that we could have for the T and Terrace Park would be about 10 inches. We have supporting evidence from the International Sign Association that shows letter height legibility from the roadway. It's about, as a rule of thumb, it's about an inch, is about 10 foot of visibility. So at just under 10 inches, you're going to get about 100 foot of visibility. The issue with that is that frontage road and I-69 are more like 225 to 345 feet away. So the new sign that we are proposing, the maximum letter height on the letter T is 32 inches. So that means that it would actually be visible from the roadway. And this is important because there's no other identifier that has signs that large in this property. And with it being such a large property, as well as it being right off of 169, we think it's imperative that we be able to be granted the larger sign size and have this be treated as a business. As the fact is that even though it is zoned residential, the area that it's facing is not. So it would not impact any of the local homeowners that border the east and south sides.
Additionally, our role at Terrace Park is to be a sanctuary for the living and a place for people to come, remember, reflect, renew. The changes to the sign are going to make it easier for our guests and visitors to see us from the highway and be able to exit and be able to find it more easily. Over the years, the road changes there at 169, that intersection, if anybody's familiar with the Northland, was a stop sign, then a stop light, then it was raised and the roundabouts put in, cutting us off quite a bit if you're coming from the north going south on 169 highway. Going north, you would be able to see this facade and be able to see the sign, letting you know where to exit. It would also be in line with the type of signage that is on the Christian school that is just to the south of us as well. Again, our goal is to be able to be visible from the street and be able to, as a pillar of the community, and with the increasing residential going up to our, would that be west I guess, or west side with those neighborhoods. Again, just making sure that all the neighborhood people around know that we are there to serve them.
Can you bring the elevation back up?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The only thing that I'd like to note is the sign square footage that we actually proposed is not 80 square feet. It's actually 101.3. You can see at the bottom of the page, because the total height of the sign is 5 feet and 0.8 inches, and then by 20 feet. You can see the sign size as percent of the facade space is still 8.96, which is within that 10% threshold for commercial businesses and offices.
Sorry to interrupt, but to provide some clarification per our zoning code, since it's just the channel letters based on the wall, we're calculating for just the letters.
Okay.
And that number you referenced, it accounts for that blank
whole
space
band.
in between Terrace Park and Funeral Home. So we recalculated.
Perfect.
And how tall is the T of terrace? How many inches?
Yeah, so it's 32.5 inches. If you were to do, I actually have a demonstration here. So small, it fits right here. So this is the E that would be in the sign that's currently proposed. It fits within the 20 square feet. You can see how obviously right now it seems legible because we're within it's 6 inches, sorry, it's 6 inches.
That'll be exhibit 10 and that's admitted so we can all view it. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So this is going to be legible from about 60 feet away. The problem is obviously we know frontage road and Highway 169 are going to be closer to anywhere from if we get granted the variance to have a sign that's within that 10% of the facade space, the E would grow to be 20.5 inches. So that's going to be more like you're 200 feet away. So that just kind of explains how we're going for higher visibility just to identify the building and like Bill said, make it easier for clients as well as
What size are the letters on funeral home and crematory or cemetery?
The F in funeral home is just shy of 16 inches.
Sorry, I can't see.
How long has the building been up, been constructed?
The cemetery was established in 1968. That building was built in finished in 1971.
So in the past, where was your signage? Did you have nothing?
We have a sign that is between that corner that you see there and the frontage road. That's about this big. I don't know, actually, it's what, 20 square feet?
Yeah, it's 20 square.
It's a panel sign.
Yeah, and
Certainly.
the T on that one for reference for Terrace Park is again, it's 12 inches. So you get about 120 feet of.
Lighted sign, backlit?
Yeah, it's going to be internally illuminated. Yeah, so it is going to be backlit.
You're talking the current sign?
One you're proposing?
Yes.
You're kind of treating it like a retail business. That big sign, I don't know.
Increasing visibility for the cemetery and funeral home will be important as people are traveling on 169 highway and are able to know where to exit. Again, with the changes in the intersection and the area there, that becomes increasingly important for people to know that we are there and where to exit. Changing the name of the road, 108th Street has changed. So the signage all reads up and down the highway now reads Shoal Creek. So we haven't gotten the official notice, but we know that it's coming, that our address will be changing to 108 Shoal Creek Parkway. So
And typically for residential restrictions on signage, that's typically to avoid any kind of light pollution, reaching into the neighborhoods and everything. Versus this is really going to be just for main visibility when you're driving off of that highway, especially if you're not familiar with the area, have it be legible. Otherwise, the 20 square foot ruling is basically a sign that nobody would.
All right.
I understand that the need for wanting something larger just at that viewing distance, but it's almost a third of the facade. It just seems kind of tall, even though I know you're trying to maximize on that visibility from 169. But in my opinion, it just seems a little bit bigger than what I would hope to see. Just it's about maybe that building is 15 to 18 feet tall, and that's 5 foot alone. So
It meets within the guidelines just because it's not as tall as it is wide. And so obviously we're trying to not captivate that side with it facing the highway and making it so it is the most visible possibly be. If the board would approve, though, something that would maybe be side by side and take up less height, we can definitely propose something like that. Like I said, we're just going for visibility when it comes to
Letters are kind of tall, aren't they? Sure. And so that sign's facing towards 169. And on the other side of 169 is nothing. What's on the other side?
We do not have any signage on that side. If you're coming from the north going south, you're not able to see the building until you're well past it. So there, and the only other signage that the property has is down at the third roundabout where you enter into the cemetery where the lake, close to where the lake is. There's a not even a monument sign. It's a sign hanging on our fence that perfect for that location. And to Alex's point and to kind of answer your concern about size and things like that. Typically with signage, light pollution does become an issue and that sort of thing. Again, this is going to be facing the highway and not going to be interfering with any residential properties or really even any other businesses within that 300-foot radius of the building.
Connor, question again for you. So if this building was in a commercial zone, would the sign be allowed?
Based on the percentage of the facade, it technically would be allowed.
Okay. All right.
this has been here since the 60s, 68. something like
68
that.
is when it was
Yeah.
established. Building was built in 71.
The value of those houses next to us straight.
That's
On the
applicable to
other side
case.
of 169 highway.
One's right across the street from you.
Oh, that's on the other side.
It is on the other side. Okay.
See the residential community to the,
You're talking about to the east or to the west? I guess would be
to me like the,
I don't think it has relevance to the sign. I don't think. Do we?
they won't see it.
Yeah.
I actually have, if we want to admit this into, I have a map that shows the 300-foot radius around the property. It's basically,
Close to the microphone.
oh, sorry. I have basically a radius that's 300 feet around the property that shows basically what it all impacts. So if you're looking at like light pollution and stuff like that, basically that area that we would be looking at putting the sign, it would only encompass 169 highway.
helpful if we admitted that to.
Sure, there'll be exhibit number 11.
Yeah.
Phil, are you the owner of the cemetery? What's your connection again? I'm sorry.
I'm the general manager, so I run the.
So are you
day-to-day.
going to have the sign turn off, let's say 11 o'clock or midnight, or is it going to be on 24/7? The backlit part.
It would be a dusk to dawn, most likely.
If there was a strong preference, in order to get the sign variance approved, though, what we could do is we could install a timer on the sign to make it limited in terms of the hours that it can be illuminated at night, if that is an issue.
I think that would make a difference.
This is helpful. Thank you. And I guess in this image, this is just comparing kind of what would be approved versus not.
So you can kind of see comparing the two, that the visibility, obviously, there's a stark difference. And obviously signs in person, keep in mind for like the ease to display that 20 inches seems really high, but I guarantee you like the T-Mobile letters that you see on the Sprint or on the T-Mobile Center are probably closer to maybe 7 or 8 feet. So signage is one of those things that up close, it looks really big, but from far away, it's something that you'd be surprised in terms of how it actually is.
I know a lot of the signage I-29 turns off maybe midnight, 1 o'clock at the latest. So maybe you'd want to consider that.
Yeah, we could absolutely put a, like I said, if the variance is approved, but you guys wanted to stipulate to say basically that there is a timer that has set so that the sign doesn't illuminate between the early hours of the morning, we can certainly do that.
I think we need to add the timer.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea. At least off by 1 o'clock,
From
off
midnight.
by 1 a.m.
Off by 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then, and could it go back on considering daylight savings and things like that?
Well, I mean, if it goes off at 1 o'clock, it's not that it could come on at, I wouldn't turn on any earlier than 7, but
I think they said dusk previously, so.
yeah, I mean,
whatever-
dusk,
Yeah.
but he's talking about during
In the morning.
the morning in the winter time to light it
Where it's
back up
dark
again.
until
It
7
wasn't,
o'clock in the morning, that if it could
Right.
come on at 6 a.m. or at during that. I'm not trying to push it, but I'm just.
right. And I think of the traffic flow on 169 at that hour in the morning. So, I feel pretty comfortable with it going off at 1 and not coming back on until the next dusk or when it gets dark, whatever that would be, dusk. But I'm just one guy. Okay.
In a Northlander.
Yeah. Buddy.
I'll make a motion in case number 58. I move that the board approve the variance request in accordance with the staff report and site plan and subject to the condition that the lighting for the sign be turned off by 1 a.m. and not be turned on again until dawn.
I have a motion. Do I have a second for that? Yeah, go ahead. Well, it goes back on at dawn, but at that point, the sun's up and who cares? Yeah.
I'm sorry, if I could interrupt, for enforcement purposes of the condition, can we have strict times?
We could say
applied to
6
it?
a.m. I was just responding to what you said.
Right.
So the lighting would be off between 1 a.m. and 6 a.m.
Sure.
Perfect.
Okay, motion to that. And do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby. Please call the roll.
Gorance.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixed
Aye.
Crosby
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye, your motion is approved. Good luck with your project. Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. High five. Good job. Thank you all.
Thanks for waiting so long.
That's right.
Thank you.
Come on up. Don't be shy. Have a seat. Thank you for your patience today. Sometimes we go to 4 o'clock.
Doing great.
The light day.
Yeah. All right. I know
Okay,
you
so
want to tell us
this
about it.
is Case CD BZA 2023-0059 for 9933 Mulberry Street. This is a request to approve a variance to the ground floor commercial minimum within a mixed-use downtown building on about 1.5 acres, generally located at 1218 Union Avenue, plus any other variances. I'm the staff planner associated with the case. And then we have Michaela O'Connor from Samara Road, the development team. And the property owner is the West Bottoms Propco Master LLC. And this is a reminder that if anyone wants to provide public testimony, please raise your hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone. No one else appears in the city council chambers and no one else has raised their hand online.
Okay, great. Please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today? Please state your name, Michaela. Unless your last name. Michaela O'Connor and
Michael Critch.
okay, thank you. And okay, great. There's a list of administrative exhibits found in your case labeled 1 to 9. Is it okay for us to admit those? You can lower your hands. Thank you. Those are admitted, and I need an affirmative from you, Michaela. Waving your hand doesn't do anything. So was that yes? You're a soft talker, so you got to talk up a little bit. And part of that is a presentation by Anna on your case. Anna, please take over.
Before us is CD BZA 2023-00059. Property in question is roughly at 1218 Union Avenue. The property is zoned UR and the applicant is requesting a variance to the required ground floor commercial space required for this type of new construction. So the site is located in the West Bottoms area of Kansas City, Missouri. And here is a close-up of the subject site. So the railroad tracks, they kind of run northwest along the property. And then the lot in question is at the intersection of Union Avenue and Santa Fe. And the highlighted portions, the highlighted yellow portions displayed on my map is currently where the new construction is being located. So this is located within a multi-phased UR plan for the entire West Bottoms. This went through the City Planning Commission and the City Council last year. There is a star, big bright star located on top of the site in question. So it is a part of a multi-phase project. And for commercial spaces that are zoned D, there is a required minimum of commercial ground floor space. Now, the caveat is that the UR plan for this site, we like to establish underlining zonings. This helps us with use determinations and lot and building standards. And particularly with this particular UR plan, the entitlement project was focused on use standards, and then the UR district allows for the developers to have access to different incentives and establish that multi-phase development. So there was a condition placed on the property, or excuse me, on the development plan that addresses how project plans come subsequently for every single building that is reviewed, which establishes the lot and building standards. So then with the DX underlining zoning, that's where we get these applicable standards, including the ground floor commercial space requirement. So variance A, the required amount of ground floor commercial space for this type of use is roughly around 18,000 square feet. And the developer is proposing around 14,000 square feet, 14,190 to be exact. This is a variation of 4,729.6 square feet, which is roughly a 25% reduction for the required standards. A substantial change is not anticipated for the area. However, a change in design could obviate the need for this variance. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Board members, any questions, Vana, in this case? All right, Michaela, why should we approve your case today?
Thank you, Anna. First of all, we have been working with her for quite some time. As she mentioned, we worked with Anna last summer on the UR approval for the multi-phase district. The project at hand is a part of the first phase of the project as outlined in our pre-development agreement that we actually heard in this room last December. So we're really excited to be continuing the business plan at hand. And this building will be about 5 stories, approximately 280 units. And as Anna mentioned, it runs against the UP Railroad. And so we have lined all 3 usable sides with active uses. We have retail programming on the entirety of Union Avenue, which has historically been the center of the commercial street of the neighborhood. And so we are definitely honoring that. And then we've also kind of wrapped the corners on Union of Mulberry and Santa Fe with retail usage. All parking is covered and set back. So there's no visible structured parking on the site. And then we've also designed our lobby presences on the east and west sides of the buildings, in addition to some walk-up units. Given the undue hardship on what would be the north side of the site against the railroad, it really isn't feasible for us to program any commercial uses there because they would be inaccessible to any pedestrians or vehicular traffic. And so that being said, we are looking for a variance here in lieu of the 20% requirement to provide the 15% requirement of our lot area, which is about 95,000 square feet. One caveat is we also own the corner building at 1200 Union Avenue, the Perfection Stove building. And if one were to look at the site as a whole, rather than just the residential building, we would surpass that 20% requirement of retail frontage, given there'll be about 13,000 square feet of retail on that corner building as well. So the entirety of that ground floor. And we have Mike Critch here, who is with BKV Architecture, and he is the principal on this project. So he can answer any questions if they arise regarding the design.
Do the 2 buildings flow together, Michael? Yeah, I mean, what I mean by that, you've got the Union building and then the other building that you guys own, the common ownership. They kind of flow together as a single unit?
They will not be physically connected. However, we are designing the entire district to, so to speak, flow together. So all the retail uses on both projects will complement one another. And so we'll have the entirety of Union Avenue and wrapped on both corners with retail frontage.
And these are all one and 2 story or 1 and 2 bedroom apartments? Is that what they are?
Correct.
Okay.
Studios, 1s and 2s.
Okay, thank you. Questions, board members?
I think just with the railroad there, it does kind of give you a challenge. I think this makes sense, and you can't address it like you could a normal project when you have more ability on different faces.
I'm not sure you get much opposition down there. I mean, anything in this neighborhood would be other commercial owners, I'm guessing. So, right.
Exactly.
Okay.
I would offer a motion.
Oh, sure. Thanks, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 59, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Have a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Anna?
Lawrence. Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Crosby.
She's saying aye. Karen, go.
It's like, aye. Sorry about that, y'all.
And Evan says aye as well. Good luck with your project, guys.
Thank you.
And again, I'd like to, before we close, thank you to all my board members who served so well.
Yeah, the
I thought there's
applicant
it.
for item
Oh, yeah,
10 is
the
back.
young
Okay,
case.
You guys are good.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
We dive down, guys. Thank you.
Docket 10, did we get?
Yeah, so they must have come alive there. Good. Thanks. Sorry.
Okay.
Clemens, did Mr. Young show up?
I believe so. I see them raising their hand currently. Promoting
Gonna
Mr. Young to a
Read
panelist.
the legal ad back into the record, or
Yeah, I didn't mean to close things out. So we should be live, right? Yes.
no worries. We've got case number 10, CDBZA 2023-00052 for 2901 Holmes Street. This is a request to approve lot width and area variances to the zoning and development code in order for the subject site to be subdivided in the zoning districts B4-5 and R2.5 on about 0.45 acres of land generally located at the southeast corner of Holmes Street and East 29th Street. Jared Clements is the staff planner associated with this case. Robert Young is the applicant, and they are connected. This is a reminder for anyone who wants to provide public testimony to raise their hand now. However, no one else appears to be on the Zoom call and no one else is in the city council chambers, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Young, good afternoon to you. I don't see you yet.
Yeah, I can't get my camera to work. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yep.
Well, for whatever reason, that's not working. Do I need to raise my hand?
Please do.
It is raised.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name one more time for the court reporter.
Robert Young.
Thank you. Mr. Young, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Can we admit those? Do you have your approval?
Yes.
Okay, those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by by Jared Clemens on your case. And Jared, thank you.
Sure thing. So before us, we have docket item number 10, case number CDBZA 2023-52, located at 2901 Home Street. There are two zoning districts for this case, B4-5 and R2.5. The applicant in this case is seeking approval of variances to the infill lot area and width limitations in order to subdivide a parcel into 5 total lots, 2 of which need variances. This is the location of the subject site. More specifically, it's at the intersection of East 29th Street and Holmes Street. You can see here on this image how the northern portion of the lot is in B4-5 zoning and the lower portion is in R-2.5 zoning. As such, those two, you'll see on the next slide that there's 2 lots that are in the R2.5 zoning, and therefore those 2 need variances. The B4-5, they don't need variances for. So here are the lots as proposed. They're generally uniform, with the northernmost lot being a little bit larger. So the lots at the southern end here, lots 4 and lot 5, need variances. I will get to the actual requests here. So lot A, the lot width variance is for 4.4 feet to the IRCA minimum lot width of 33 feet. IRCA is just a shorthand we use for infill residential context area, which is a bit wordy. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. Difficulty could be obviated by change in design. Variance B, lot 4's area is for 526.1 square feet to the IRCA lot area minimum of 4,112.1 feet. That'll be a total lot area of 3,586 square feet. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. For variances C and D, they will look nearly identical to variances A and B, but these will be applicable to lots. Lot number 5. Lot 5's width is also for 4.4 feet, the variance that is. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. And variance D, Lot 5's area is also 526.1 square feet for a total lot area of 3,586 square feet. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. With that, I will conclude my presentation and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions for Mr. Clemens?
I have a question. So I know these aren't infill lots, but what is the width of is an infill lot only based on its context? Because it's 33 feet, but I know historically in Kansas City, there's 25-foot lots. And so I wasn't sure how this subdivision.
Exactly. So
compared.
it's going to be based on the infill residential context area, which I believe for this circumstance, if I remember correctly, is a range between 75% of the conventional standards and 150% of the conventional standards. So it has kind of a lot maximum, which is new. That's really not specific to this circumstance, but just for the infill. So it has a minimum and a maximum based on the conventional standards. And so the 33 feet number is 75% of the conventional standards, which I think would be 40 feet or something like that.
Okay.
So it's the percentage of the conventional rather than technically being a calculation of the surrounding lots, which you do, that gets triggered in certain circumstances based on what's surrounding.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I was just trying to compare the width of those to other lots that are throughout the city in terms of what the overall width looks like. So that was helpful.
Absolutely.
The lots to the west, it looks like they're all even smaller than these lots. Are those homes on those lots?
I think they are not. Let me quickly look at the site at this one. Yeah, it looks like those are consolidated into larger lots. From what I understand, that's how they used to plat things in the past is it would make lots of thin lots and then you would buy as many lots as wanted. So it wasn't necessarily, if it had one little small lot, it wasn't necessarily intended to be for a single house, but you could. So in this circumstance, looks like to the west, they did consolidate those lots.
So is that a commercial building to the west?
I would anticipate so, purely based on the zoning district and the shape of the structure, but I would have to actually review it at a street level to know.
It is. And then Longfellow neighborhood or Longfellow Elementary is northwest of this site, right at that corner.
Yeah.
Mr. Young, why should we approve your request today, sir?
I think we're staying in line with what's going on in here in the neighborhood. The idea here is I'm not sure who just mentioned the 25-foot wide lots, but that's what these are currently. They're 6 25-foot wide lots. We're kind of widening them up just a little bit and reducing the number to 5, wanting to build 5 single-family residences there. Utilizing the alley for access, so there won't be any new curb cuts or anything of that nature along Holmes Street. But I think just in general, we're kind of staying in line with what this neighborhood has and what it supports. I know just north of 29th Street, there are several lots that are maybe a foot or two wider than these, but have the similar style homes on them. And right now, this lot is fairly blighted, kind of an eyesore on the neighborhood. So just trying to clean it up and put something nice in there.
And I think there's some commercial across the street, as I recall, I think it's Bob Heinsohn is across the street. Is that right? Are you?
I'm not sure who the owner is there. I know there are a couple commercial, well, there's one commercial building at the southwest corner of 29th and Holmes,
right.
Kind of a prefab concrete building. And then just south of that are some office style buildings. And then it goes back to residential.
Okay. You? Board members, some more questions for the applicant or staff?
I don't have questions. I think it's a good land use of that area and that kind of corner of that neighborhood. I'm read at Longfellow Elementary often, and so with the students there, so it's nice to see something actually going in that would be a benefit.
Longfellow's north of there, as I recall.
Northwest, yeah. It's closing, but yes, it is there.
Any other opposition, sir, Mr. Young, from neighbors or other people that you?
No, we've spoken with all the surrounding neighbors, and everyone seems to be on board with the idea.
I would offer a motion.
Thank you, Ms. McStorff.
In case number 52, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Anna?
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
McStorff.
Aye.
Crosby.
Aye.
Evans.
Evans says aye. Thank you. Yeah, your motion is approved, sir. Good luck with your project.
Thank you so much for your time.
And again, I want to thank all my board members who came out today to help us all in the city with these cases. Thank you very much for your volunteerism and your unpaid support. Except for lunch and breakfast. With that, we close. Any other business, anybody? We're done.